through the streets of Soho in the rain. He was looking for the place called Lee Ho Fooks. Gonna get a big dish of beef chow mein. Ahoo, where was London? Ahoo, ahoo, where was London? Ahoo, you hear him howling around your kitchen door. You better not let him in. Little old lady got mutilated late last night. Werewolves of London again. Ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo, ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo. Hairy-handed gent who ran amok in Kent. Lately he's been overheard in Mayfair. You better stay away from him. He'll rip your lungs out, Jim. I'd like to meet his tailor. Ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo. Well, I saw Lon Chaney walking with the Queen, doing the werewolves of London. I saw Lon Chaney Jr. walking with the Queen, doing the werewolves of London. I saw a werewolf drinking a pina colada at Trader Vic's. His hair was perfect. Werewolves of London. Drama. Werewolves of London.
It is me. Your biggest nightmare. The one they all say, he's got the talent. You know, I was telling Richard earlier, I'm not so sure I don't agree. Because to be perfectly honest with you, when I listen to Spreaker shows, I really dislike listening to this one, to be honest with you. I'm sorry. I mean, I know that sounds really shitty, but so what? everybody thinks I'm shitty, so think I'm shitty more. They don't ride. I'm putting batteries in my mouse. They just don't ride them like that anymore. All right. Let's get back to where we were. Thank you, Victor. That is called The Breakup Song, if you can believe it. It's by the Greg Kihn Band. And I mentioned last night, I need some more bass on my voice. Stop slapping that bass. There we go. Y'all want to hear my Vince in the Bay impression? Hello? This is Vince in the Bay. Can y'all hear me? No, that's not Vince. Wait. This is Vince in the Bay. It is what it is. All right, let's see if we can find Steve Rush. Steve Rush, where are you? Oh, wow, I got it all messed up now. Okay, there, I think I got it. Turn microphone. Aren't y'all sick of this noise? This right here? I'm turning my... Victor! Come back! I'm trying to fix my mic. It's loose. I have an arm, you know, one of those arms that hang over in the microphone, and I've got a... Well, you've seen my videos. I have a Blue Yeti, a Blue Yeti Pro that I'm on. And I need to fix something else on it. I've got it on room mic. And I can't turn it to face me. It won't go because of that. Wait. Got it. Wait. I got it. There we go. Okay. Steve said he was going to call me on Skype. Where is he, stupid little mullet? Well, let's call him. Let me get a drop. Don't answer, Steve. Don't answer. Where is that at? I wonder if he's going to be there.
Hey, Debbie, what's going on?
Hey, is this Geddy Lee?
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't even hear that. That was so stupid. Just took my bass and I plucked it. But it's so far away from the mic, it didn't matter.
Heather.
I don't like them.
Oh, I don't like Junior Mints.
Neither do I, and I don't like these either.
Oh.
I don't like Junior Mints either. They suck.
A guy brought her over Junior Mints and Twizzler Bites.
Nothing says love like Junior Mints and Twizzler Bites.
See if Dad wants them. Or
Just keep them in
okay.
there for good.
All right. It's so sad. He likes her.
And then the tea gave me caffeine. It gave me green tea.
Oh, Heather, that's so sweet.
And then he
Heather, that is sweet.
He burned that new.
I'm so sick of this cough. I could kill her. Do what?
He burned that new movie called Gravity with Sandra Bullock and whatever his name is, Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks and Sandra Bullock. He burned a copy of the new movie for her.
Gravity.
And his name's James, and he comes over to see Heather, and he's the sweetest guy. And he brought her all these stuff, you know, and some flowers and stuff. So sweet.
Yeah, but
So we have a box of Junior Mints and Twizzler Bites that she doesn't want.
Survival food.
He's just being sweet.
That's what a guy should do. That's the right thing.
Heather's so mean too. No, I'm joking.
I'm just like, I've spent time with him, and I've told him I don't drink caffeine. I like comedies, and anything I like candy-wise is like Reese's, M&M's, like chocolate. And he brings me the complete opposite.
It's okay. He just
You fucked up.
No, he didn't. He forgot.
He's trolling you, girl.
He's trolling you. He said he's trolling you. She wants to laugh, I can tell.
Why is it? Don't let that boy troll you with them fucking mints.
No, she's a sweetheart.
Twizzler bites.
He's just.
There's nothing close to a fucking Reese cup. The furthest thing from a Reese cup is a Twizzler. I'm sorry. That's a troll move.
Slapping that bitch.
Best.
I love that.
I love Geddy Lee. He rocks. And then he appeared to the Alex Lassen. That's Called Rush. Are we on the air? Or are we talking? What are we doing?
I don't know. I haven't even seen if I've unmuted the mic. Oh my God. Wait, yeah, I did. I unmuted it. Oh, it's turned down real low though. Let me turn this up.
No, listen, we sound better muted.
Yeah, really, you're probably right.
Fuck. So
there we
tired.
go. So, what is going on with you today and tonight and yesterday and the day before that and the day before that and the day before that and the day before that?
All of those things that you just said.
Cool story, bro. Hey, you know what? I was going to show you that on this network there is a.
Nice segue.
You
I like
hate
that.
when I say that. On this network, there is this one person that no matter how bad things get or how much calamity comes my way or who's drawing sides and who's lying and doing all this stuff, there's one person that has never varied either way. And he does that with everybody, not just me. And I'm going to see if you can guess who this is, okay?
All right.
All right. I'm going to play you a little bit of some of his shows. Or one of his shows, whatever you want to call it. Okay, you ready? It's time to play that game show. Guess the Spreaker host. I'm going to go forward so he doesn't say his name.
It's about the subject of kratom. Don't say kratom, because I used to say that like an idiot, and then I found out, elsewhere that that's not how you say this word. It's called kratom. Now, you're asking...
Ding, 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 ding. Rush.
Kratom? Well...
Go, Rush.
Oh, I know who it is.
Wait a minute. Heather just walked back in. What?
Her head's backwards.
Oh.
She's going like this.
Oh my gosh, I can see her now.
Yeah.
That's her little hand, right?
Yeah,
Right there.
that's her hand and her ears
The
open.
baby's asleep next to the baby, the new baby.
Oh, yeah, I want to see the puppy. I want to see the new puppy.
Yeah, I'll show you a picture of it. We need to get a lot of the fans are wanting to see the pictures, the listeners.
There's that one where she's attacking him.
Aw, he will not let her out of his sight.
He's in love.
He is in love.
That's his mama. It's his new mama.
Adorable.
This
Cute.
one's really cute. Hold on.
Mail them to me.
I was in the bathroom, and this is what I saw.
Oh.
He was playing with her, and look how she was looking up straight at
Oh,
him. See?
Heather.
And then,
It's like the ghost of Woody's inside this baby.
see, look. She always looks straight up at him. And he always does these, little weird things to her. And then he squats down.
That was the day he got her, right?
Yeah,
Yesterday.
that was yesterday. And then, she starts kissing on him.
Aw.
See?
Adorable.
And then cute.
Yeah, I surprised him with a baby. Okay. We did. Surprised him with a baby. Okay, you're going to take a guess?
That would be fucking, I forgot what we were doing, but I do remember a little bit. Apocalypse, correct?
Give that boy a prize. And he never has. And I've seen him in chat rooms. He doesn't turn on anybody, really.
I don't think he has any troll in him. I think he just wants to do a good show. I mean, that's what I get from him.
Well, regardless of his show, I think he's just what you would consider just somebody raised him right. Somebody told him you stay loyal to, you know what they say, neither a borrower nor a lender be do not forget, stay out of debt. Think twice and always something to your friends. And does it, and it goes that there's
Something.
No, listen. But there's one other thing that you must do. Here we go. To thine own self be true. That was a song we used to sing in Girl Scouts.
I was going to say, was that in church or where was that?
No, it was in Girl Scouts.
Sounds like a churchy song.
You want to know what we used to sing in cheerleader camp?
Shout at the Devil by Motley Crue?
No.
Okay.
Boys, that's all we see. No, wait, I just said that wrong. Girls, that's all we see. There's not a guy in the vicinity. Every night at 10 they lock the door. I don't know what the hell we ever came here for. And when the weekend starts to roll around, we're gonna search our hometown up and down. We're gonna find some boys and kissing neck and neck. To heck with all these girls.
I like that song. Sounds
Well,
sexy.
we would march up and down the hallways in cheerleader camp because you had to stay there for a week. And so we would march up and down the hallways going, girls, that's all we see. There's not a boy in the vicinity. Every night at 10 they lock the door. We don't know what the hell we ever came here for. And we would do like a cheer move to it. When the weekend finally rolls around, we'd be doing a cheer to it, like
Right.
movements and stuff. And I have no idea why I just told you that. But no, I think that that's what he's doing. To thine own self be true. And I think that that's what it takes in a person. I think that that really is what makes a person what you would call a good person, is somebody that remains true to not to you, not to him, not to her, not to that, but to thine own self be true. Did you notice that when he did those gangs and everything, he was the first person he put in the first gang?
Yeah.
What does that
He didn't-
mean? He's putting
Yeah.
himself. He puts himself in front of everybody. But by putting yourself in front of everybody, that does not mean that you crap on everybody else. What that means is that you know so much how to love yourself that you can show love to other people. And that's what most of these people around here don't know how to do.
Well,
Think about it. If you were one of the bad guys around here, just think of one in your head. Would you love yourself?
these people are kind of twisted. Some of these people are kind of twisted. So I think that they do love themselves even though they're doing the wrong things. So I really can't go by their guidance. But personally, me, I couldn't do it.
I couldn't go to sleep at night if I had said some of the things that people say to people that I see in chat rooms and on shows and stuff like that. It's amazing.
I don't know how they do it either.
I don't know how they do it either. It's very sad, very wicked, very wild, and very...
I wrote a song today called You're a Troll.
I know, I heard it, and it's so cute. It's
so stupid.
I think it's cute.
I did 10 tracks over it, vocal tracks, because there's nothing. There's just this beat.
So
like,
that's
okay,
all.
I'm just gonna have fun with it.
You came up with that music.
Yeah, the music. I built half the music, but the other, the beat line was
Don't
there.
lie,
The
because
bass
somebody can find that tune if you didn't make that tune up. You sure you made that tune up?
No, the tune. I told you, I took the tune, but I added some stuff to it to make it my own. So
And here we come with Steve Rush and You're a Troll.
You have it already.
Of course I have it.
You're a troll.
Wait a minute.
You're the only thing. Really? That's all you got? Let's just do this. You're a troll. You're a troll. You're the only thing you know. You're a troll. You're a troll. How'd your life become so low? I don't know what you want from me, but let me tell you one thing you can't see. Every day you walk out the door, looking for someone to score. You got no one in your life. You must be so dead inside. So dead inside. Don't blame me. Are you so dead inside? Don't blame society. Must be so dead inside. Did it real? This was you. Must be so dead inside. Now what you say? Tell me what you think. Tell me what's real.
Well, to be honest with you, I really don't have a lot of time to do very much. My parents are at home a lot. They don't really
care about me. I just go on the computer and, well, it's just a computer. I mean, look at it here. So I dox some people and I know where they live. It's really cool. I have a lot of friends out here. Everybody loves me. I'm super special. You should check it out. You should see the latest work. I mean, I could basically get in all your files and I can fuck up your life. You're a troll. You're a troll. You're the only thing you know. You're a troll. You're a troll. You're the lowest it can go. Lowest it can go. You're the lowest it can go. You're a troll. You're a troll. 'Cause you're just a fucking troll. Just a troll. Just a troll. Yes, you're just a fucking troll. You're a troll. You're a troll. You're a troll.
You think you could walk into somebody's life and take information just like it was yours, and I don't think that's cool because it doesn't make sense. I mean, at least work for your 50 cents. I mean, life is short, I get all that, and this is kind of fun, and this is kind of that, but there's personal things that you should be leaving alone, and this isn't one of them, man. Just fucking step away, bro. I mean, I'm not trying to screw you or rule you, I'm just saying that this isn't right. I mean, what about you? Who you gonna be? Who you wanna be? This can't be the end, you see? You're a troll. You're a troll. You're as low as it can go.
That's it. It's so stupid.
I give it a 10.
Oh, please.
I like
You gotta be kidding me.
No, I like it a lot. I think it's great.
The little high voice I did, there was no vocal track to that. There was no lyrics at all. There's nothing. All there was that beat. And I'm like, well, okay, the beat seems simple, so let me throw down an idea. And then you do the one bed track of an idea as you're going along. I did the bed tracks, and then I did that troll voice. At the very end, that was the last track I did, was the troll voice, that high-pitched voice in Audacity, and that was it.
Well, David Fikert, of course, you know, he's a beloved friend of the show.
Yeah.
He wrote a rap song, and it says, I wrote you and Steve a rap.
Yeah.
Hey, that was a good rap, by the way. Okay, ready? Our names are Debbie and Steve, and we are the Daily Team. Don't hate us because our show is the best, and to all of the haters, just give it a rest because we don't have time for your BS. So if you want to be part of the best, drop us a line and we'll give you airtime. So stay a while and turn down the show because getting feedback is whack, and that's the Debbie Daily Team rap.
That's funny.
Isn't that great?
That's funny. Yeah, David is David. David rocks. David's my buddy.
David's our buddy.
You know what I mean. I can only speak for me.
Oh,
You already said you liked him.
I can speak for both of us, actually.
Well, yeah, you can.
You know what? I like these Junior Mints, except they have dark chocolate. It says right here, a creamy, loving, refreshing, light mint centered around just the right amount of rich, dark chocolate. Now, everybody knows that dark chocolate has caffeine. And I can't have caffeine.
Dark chocolate's very good for you. It's the only chocolate that is good for you.
But it's got caffeine in it. It'll send me to the hospital.
Oh, well, then have many. I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's
Gee.
fine.
Wasn't that mean? God, that was mean.
No, that wasn't mean. It was funny. I like
That's
being
what
in the
I was going
hospital.
for.
It was fun when I was in the hospital for my irregular heartbeats. I was spoiled. It's like,
Really?
Yeah, it's
I
like
hate the hospital.
not this hospital the hell was that noise?
I don't know.
Not this hospital that I go to. So I haven't talked to you. Did I talk to you about what happened to the angel over here?
No. I talked to you this morning at like 5 a.m.
It happened.
when I was at work. And other than that, nothing.
Oh, by the way, I fell asleep.
Yeah, you did. You fucked up.
I'm sorry. I couldn't stay awake.
No, I fucked up. I trusted you. I'm like, I talked to Debbie this morning at like 5, and I'm like, listen, I'm not going to be home till about 8.
It was
I
actually
said, I'll call
4.
you. We're doing an AM show. We'll just do it then.
And I was
she's
like,
I'll be wide awake. I'm doing laundry. I'm a night person anyway. I'm going to be wide awake. I call her ass, and I didn't hear it, but I know this was the background.
Do you remember the night I fell asleep on Lester? On the phone?
That sounds so dirty.
On the phone?
Yeah.
Talking to Lester on the phone, and
He fell asleep on us during our show once. Do you remember that?
Lester fell asleep on us on the show?
We were talking on the show, and all of a sudden...
Oh, that's right.
In between the banter between me and you, all of a sudden, this is all you hear. So, Deb, listen, and then, if you did it this way, all you hear is... And you hear him wake himself up.
Yes.
And I'm like, Lester. And I didn't bring it up in the air because, I love the guy. I respect the guy so much. But later on, he admitted to it. I asked him. And he just, I did. I didn't think anybody noticed. I'm like, yeah, that was a giveaway.
What an insult! But I fell sound asleep on him. I want to read an inspirational story. It's not that long. It's not long, but it's really inspirational. And I think at this time we could use some inspiration. Would you agree?
Always.
And then we'll open up the phone lines. All right, it says, I've never really been afraid of tornadoes. You see, I'm an Arkansas girl, born and raised. I remember the thrilling nights as a kid when my mother pulled us from our beds and we'd spend what seemed like all night giggling under a mattress in the hall with flashlights and teddy bears. It was almost fun. And I've seen the aftermath, the piles of rubble, the death counts on the news, but you see, I'm an optimist. And all of these things I have seen from an emotional distance. So the prevailing theme to them all is the hope that humans are able to cling to the stories of survival. So I've never really been afraid of tornadoes. So, let me take a look. 3 days ago, when the weatherman said that the forecast was a mix for disaster, we decided to go ahead with our move to Valonia. We already had the U-Haul packed. The house was all in boxes. The helping hands had already signed up. Our new house had a concrete basement. We'd be safe. While 20 people ate hot dogs and potato salad in the basement, the wall cloud blew over our mountain to the valley beyond it. The TV showed the eye of the storm directly over Cody Lane. As I stood on the front porch, I saw the sucking black sky begin to swirl in the distance, and for the first time that day, a strange fear welled up inside of me because I knew that this was coming. Because I had traveled over the mountain just days before to that street. I had stood in a house with a red door with my precious friend April while our sons played in the yard. I had marveled at her garden and seedlings and thought how much I loved her when she showed me her Hobby Lobby project, letters that spelled Smith above the door. I couldn't wait to decorate our house. I even said, I think I'm probably going to copy everything that you're doing. I couldn't reach her. I called and called. She wouldn't even answer her cell phone. The storm had moved on, but she still wasn't answering. We prayed and prayed as the minutes passed by. First 5, then 10. Then the rain hit, then the rain stopped. Then the sky stilled, and she still didn't answer. Call Danielle again, I hollered down the hall at Mia. But he grabbed the keys instead. He and Judd got in the truck and left. I don't know. I think he knew somehow. The way I'd heard him praying, it was different. He wasn't asking for safety, but he was asking for peace. And I thought that was kind of odd. Time continued to pass. He should have been there by now, but the phone just kept reaching her damn voicemail. She wasn't answering, and now he wasn't answering. The group of guys that had been unloading our U-Haul left to go help the people that the tornado had ravaged. I began to text him. Are you there? Did it hit them? Are they okay? Honey, answer me. Tell me if the tornado hit them. I've got to know. Are they hurt? Are they alive? Mia, tell Mom if they're alive. He finally responded, I can't. A blur. I called my pastor's wife. I said, pray. Start praying now. I was crying. And then came another message. April and Daniel are alive, but we can't find the boys. I don't know what else happened for a while. My face was on the floor, and my sister was there hugging me. Stephanie and I, both mothers, both friends of April's, began wailing. And only one prayer, a prayer more desperate than any I had ever prayed before in my life. I said, God, please, not this for her. It had been a long couple of days with a little sleep, lots of calls and lots of messages. A group of men from the church went to the site and gathered what they could of the Smiths' belongings. The house was gone, down to the foundation. Back in the fall, April and Danielle were still living in Sherwood. They had received a 30-day notice that they needed to move so the owner of their home could sell it. She started to worry about, in true April fashion, she said, I know God will provide. I am not going to worry. So just a week or so later, she told me about the house that they had found in Bologna, about how perfect it was. The owners wanted to work with them to get in there, and they did. It even had the red door that she always wanted. So you see, I was angry because I knew God put them in that house, and it was no act of violence or human mistake that their sons were dead. It was an F5 tornado, a mile wide, and it sucked everything that seemed so perfect off the foundations that God had given. I was furious. I always called her the cheerleader because she was the one in pom-poms and pyramids, and she still is now. She's in a Bible study. She's the one I call when my faith is stretched. She was everybody's leader. I've been reminded about how big and how good and how strong God is. I spent these angry couple of days questioning why God would take those boys and why he would take the best cheerleader that he had. Because who could still cheer for God after this? The thing is, though, my faith is not April's faith, and it's never been. Last night, we walked in the hospital room to go see her. While Jeremiah and I held hands and kissed her face, she cried. She had questions about that night. She had heard Jeremiah found the boys, and she told them that she was comforted because she knew that she would have prayed over them. We all began to cry. He said he found them huddled together as if they had died together. Neither one of them seemed to have much blood or bruising to them. It looked like they had died in peace. Jeremiah shared with her what a comfort it was for him to think that everybody was there for a purpose, for God's purpose, and for not our own familiar. What do you tell a woman that's just lost both of her children? What do you say? She looked at me and she said, I have peace, she said through her tears. She said, because I know that I have more pain to go through that I probably can understand, but I have supernatural peace. For some reason, I know what God has for me and my husband that our boys could not be here for, but I know that he is a good God and his plan is good. I don't understand this kind of faith because I think every parent who has heard a story like this has wondered, how would you live through that? For those of you who have been worried about April and Daniel, worried that they would not be the same, that they would not carry on past this loss, don't worry anymore because I have seen her hope. It is anchored in eternity. It is the kind of hope that saves people's lives and not the optimist in me that's talking. For those of you who wonder how a mother could serve a God that might allow this to happen, please understand that her two boys, Tyler and Cameron, knew Jesus. Just a couple of weeks earlier, they had been led to Christ by a friend of theirs. And that's pretty much the end. And I just thought to myself, when it reminded me a little bit of what happened the other day when Heather looked at me and she goes, Mom, how could this happen? And I didn't know what to tell her. I went in there and I checked on her every hour. I stayed up throughout the night. When I told you about Woody that got killed, right?
Right.
Her and Jet witnessed it.
Mm-hmm.
And she was inconsolable. And it was just like a nightmare. I went in there, I heard her whimpering about 3, and I went in there, and she sat up in bed, and she was just in tears. She goes, Mom, I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't stop thinking about him. And it was only just 6 hours old, and I hugged her real tight, and I whispered in her ear. I said, Heather, some things we don't have an answer for. We don't know why it happened. It just happened. And we have to move on. That's all. That was all I could tell her. And I felt so stupid and so
Hold on, let me kill the
empty.
Hello. Radio show, what do you want?
Hello. Hi.
Can you give me the secret word of the day?
We're in the room, right?
What has happened? What has happened to Mr. Midnight Movies connection?
We're in radio. Mr. Midnight, you should hang up and call her separately.
All right. I'll do that.
Aw, poor baby. Well, you sound good now. We'll just watch it.
We'll play it by ear. All right. What the fuck is wrong with this shit?
I don't know. You're all bubbly.
Fuck,
Can you
dude.
hear it, JP?
Yeah, I don't have the
It's my
strongest.
fault.
I don't have the strongest internet connection.
It's my BTR father's fault. He said he was going to give me $50,000. The bitch lied. And I have to deal with this Acer.
Yeah, I'm
This
recording it.
Acer computer.
I'm
You even hearing
recording
me?
it. I'm recording it
Yes.
so you can hear how you sound on the playback.
Debbie?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're
All right.
getting recorded now.
I better. You're being recorded. Everything you say will be held against you in a court of shit.
Okay, listen to how you sound on the playback, Mr. Midnight Movie, okay? What the hell was that? Okay, here goes. Listen.
All right.
Take a
All right.
listen. Here we go. And action.
Lied. And I have to deal with this Acer.
You're getting recorded now.
I better. God, it's like you're being recorded. Everything you say will be held against you in a court of shit.
Do you hear it? Do you hear it? Are you there?
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's horrible. What the fuck is going on? Yeah,
I
can
don't
hear
know.
it. It's horrendous.
It just recently, I think that was what messed up the show the other night. I think the whole time it was your connection. You know what? Oh, I'm sorry. Forgot it wasn't me.
Is it my fault? Oh,
Well, it's
fuck.
not. It's not
It might
me.
be mine. No, it might be mine.
No, you sound great, JP.
But
you sound as clear as a bell, but
when
there's...
I was on last night, was internet connection bad?
I don't know.
Everybody's coming in choppy.
No, I sound...
Sucks ass.
Who's moving? Are you eating on the air?
I'm eating
Jewish
chips.
producers
Oh.
eating chips.
Well, he can eat. He's cute.
Yeah.
I don't have diabetes.
Oh my.
Aw.
Jesus Christ, this fucking computer. It just sucks ass.
Aww.
I told Debbie I wanted to film you and her taking your medication together, but then she told me she doesn't take any medication.
I don't take any medication. I just take thyroid medicine, and that's all.
You take Synchro.
Well, yeah, but that's all.
You don't take diabetes? How about heart?
No, I take nothing. Victor's standing right here. I'm going to catch him off guard. Victor, what medication do I take?
Just thyroid deal?
Just thyroid. That's it. I'll be happy to take a drug test. Y'all can watch me.
Lady Viagra.
No, we've never done Viagra. Is it good? Does it make you strong like bull?
Am I coming?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Midnight Movie. We can hear you. JP, did you see that
I'm
picture?
underwater right now. Help me. I'm trying.
JP, did you see that picture I sent you on Skype?
Oh, let me look at that.
That is you. That's the way I see you. Don't you love it?
That's funny.
That's you. That looks just like you. Oh my God, it is you.
Maybe the old me, but
Did you see the one in Mr. Midnight Movie on my show page? Did you see the one in Mr. Midnight Movie?
I looked a lot like Roger Ebert.
You do. I love it. It's cute. It was on my show page last night, I think. Yeah, that's what it was.
Did you know Roger Ebert was married to a black chick?
Really?
I saw that too.
Victor says I saw that too. So I
was watching. I was watching Roger Ebert, Life Itself. It was a really good movie. It was kind of sad though.
Guess what I saw? Guess what I saw? Guess what I saw? But I fell asleep. The hotel movie that you like. What is it called? The hotel movie.
You didn't like it?
I fell asleep.
No.
I don't know. It's playing right now on HBO on demand, and I ordered it. It's called the something hotel or something.
No, I can't even. The Grand Budapest Hotel.
Yeah. I fell asleep.
Yeah,
you didn't like it?
Wasn't my
favorite.
Love that
movie.
It's Mr. Midnight
I
Movie's
love
Connection.
that film.
Good.
Yeah.
I love that film.
He says he's on a new computer.
Am I coming in bubbly?
Yeah, but it's not ridiculous like it was the other night. You're not snapping and popping. You're just kind of...
Oh, he's saying on a computer?
Are you on a new computer, Mr. Midnight Movie?
Yes, I am.
He's on an Acer piece of shit, he says. Yeah, he said that's what it is. Is everything closed except for Skype, sweetie?
Let me
Honey,
see
it's
here.
his Skype connection.
I guess I gotta close
it's not his
everything except for
hardware.
Skype.
He's just going. He's got a choppy Skype connection.
Oh, because it'll chop off his voice with that.
Go in the bathroom and I'll show you.
Go.
Shut up. Oh, you know what I have? Heather.
Let's see.
Sorry, I'm talking over everybody. I have a new toy that Heather gave me for Christmas. It's called the Blue Dot speaker thing. Okay, say something. Victor's listening to you now.
Okay. Can you hear me now? And am I coming in better? I closed off everything.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
hear you. Am I better?
You. Yes, we can hear you. You do sound better.
Should I call in on my phone?
No. Just listen to the difference between Mr. Midnight Movie and Jewish producer. Say something, JP.
Well, tonight I'm here live with Mr. Midnight Movie, the bungling idiot from Los Angeles, and Debbie Daly, live on the Debbie Daly Network.
And I am Debbie here live with Jewish producer, the lovely Jewish producer from somewhere, and the bumbling fool, Mr. Midnight Movie that we love.
Yes.
Great.
There you go.
Glad to be here.
Happy to be here too, boys. So we are going to be talking now. Do y'all like Martin Luther King?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I do. But I don't believe anybody should have a holiday after them. I don't think anybody should be deified. And having a holiday, in my opinion, deifies Martin Luther King, and I don't agree with that.
Well, I thought he, well, okay, you're right about that probably. I think he was a pretty good guy, you know.
And I don't like anyone who's absolute on anything and nonviolent, because it seems like they want whites to be nonviolent, but not other minorities, and it just seems like, particularly these protesters who are, I guess, nonviolent, they're kind of wolves in sheep's clothing, they're basically hiding the sheep. You know, they're hiding the sheepskin, and then underneath come out the wolves who are burning and looting and stopping traffic.
Well, let's take a look at his speech, and I'll stop. And it says, 50 years ago, a great American in whose symbolic shadow we stand today signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Okay? This momentous decree came as a great beacon of light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. Okay, so far so good. It came as a joyous daybreak to end the long night of their captivity. Okay, but 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
He's still not free?
At the time that was being written, yeah, I probably would agree with that.
Okay. 100 years later, the life of the Negro is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and the chains of discrimination. True?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
100 years later, the Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity.
I love swimming in the oceans of prosperity.
Yeah, I'm doing the backstroke. 100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself an exile in his own land.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so we've come here today to dramatize a shameful condition. If you hear something that you vehemently disagree with, go stop. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check. A check that says insufficient funds. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. And so we've come to cash this check, a check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice. So far, so good. It's not that long. We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. So that means he wants it done now. Okay, now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their... No, I'm joking. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksand of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. So far, I don't have a problem with it. It would be fatal for the nation to overlook the urgency of this moment. This sweltering summer of the Negro's legitimate discontent will not pass until there is an invigorating autumn of freedom and equality. 1963 is not an end, but a beginning, and those who hoped that the Negro needed to blow off steam and will now be content will have a rude awakening if the nation returns to business as usual. Okay, now what does that mean? Is that a threat of violence or what?
You know what? That could be. But I didn't disagree with him in the beginning. But near the end, the Poor People's Campaign, Lyndon Johnson's the War on Poverty, those were all things that dealt with redistribution of wealth, and I don't think were a good thing for America. And as someone like Thomas Sowell, who was born a year later than Martin Luther King, said this: life is unfair. Trying to make trying to make life fair has been an exhaustible resource for politicians. You cannot make life fair. Life is going to be unfair no matter what you do. Bottom line.
But there is something that I must say to my people who stand on the warm threshold which leads into the palace of justice. In the process of gaining our rightful place, we must not be guilty of wrongful deeds. Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred. Well, they didn't listen to that. We must forever conduct... No, they didn't. We must forever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. Wrong. We must not allow our creative protest to degenerate into physical violence. Okay, right there. They claim to love Martin Luther King, and they say, but they're not listening to what he says, are they? Because it says right here, we must forever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must not allow our creative protest to degenerate into physical violence. Well, they did. They do.
And aren't the people today showing the restraint primarily are the whites? I mean, basically, we seem to be guilted into things. And it almost seems, and I don't want to, overquote the movie American History X, but they come to communities to exploit, not to embrace. And a lot of these individuals who are promoting integration are coming to exploit, not to embrace.
Right. That's true. But also, he's also saying if you're going to stand up against something like Ferguson or the little boy that got shot by the guy in Florida or whatever, he's saying don't do it with physical, whatever. Don't do it the way they're doing it. And But
also, whatever happened to objectivity? Whatever happened to even civil debate? We don't even have debate in this country between the liberals on civil rights and conservatives. And actually, to me, the conservatives are actually too soft in this country on the issue of civil rights. They have white guilt, and they have political correctness as well. It seems they don't want to go hard enough. I mean, for example, South Africa, which was a land that was 97% unoccupied, and now seems to be a place where whites are unwelcome, and where the country has doubled itself in inflation. And one of the biggest reasons that whites didn't want to have one man, one vote is they did not want to live under a Marxist socialist government. Mm-hmm. And when your policies make the currency when it devalues its currency by 50%, and this is after all the sanctions have been done, well, that's not a good thing. And the same thing that is happening in South Africa is probably going to happen in this country when more minorities come in, and when this becomes a non-white country. Because let's face it, minorities are more liberal and whites are more conservative.
The typing back.
Is that going to be a good thing for our country? Are we going to? What's that?
The background typing.
Can you hear me?
The background typing music is brought to us today by Jewish producer. Thank you.
I'm on fire. I'm typing at least 65 words a minute.
Oh, really? We're going to make you go to typingtest.com. If you keep talking, we're going to make you go to typingtest.com and put your money where your mouth is. Yes.
I'm up for a challenge anytime. Maybe a little later.
We already have 50 steak dinners on her. If you want to gamble away one of them, but not two. That's all I'm saying.
There are those who are asking the devotees of civil rights, when will you be satisfied? We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. We can never be satisfied as long as our bodies, heavy with the fatigue of travel, cannot gain lodging in the motels of the highways and the hotels of the cities. We cannot be satisfied as long as the Negro's basic mobility is from a smaller ghetto to a larger one. We can never be satisfied as long as our children are stripped of their selfhood and robbed of their dignity by signs stating, "For whites only." We cannot be satisfied as long as a Negro in Mississippi cannot vote and a Negro in New York believes that he has nothing for which to vote. No. We are not satisfied, and we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. I am not unmindful that some of you have come here out of great trials and tribulations. Some of you have come fresh from narrow jail cells, and some of you have come from areas where your quest for freedom, he must have said that twice. He must have said, and some of you have come from areas where your quest for freedom left you battered by the storms of persecution and staggered by the winds of police brutality. You have been the veterans of creative suffering. Continue to work with the faith that unearned suffering is redemptive. Go back to Mississippi. Go back to Alabama. Go back to South Carolina. Go back to Georgia, and go back to Louisiana. Go back to the slums and the ghettos of our northern cities, knowing that somehow this situation can and will be changed. Let us not wallow in the valley of despair. I say to you today, my friends, and so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day down in Alabama, with its vicious racist, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification, one day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and little white girls as brothers and as sisters and brothers. All right, this is almost the end. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted and every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain and the crooked places will be made straight. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is the faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. And this will be the day. This will be the day when all of God's children will be able to sing the new meaning. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrims tried, from every mountain lies a freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. And so let freedom ring from the prodigious, Jewish producer, help me out here. Prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado and from the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that, this is the end. Let freedom ring from the Stone Mountains of Georgia, the Lookout Mountain of Tennessee, the Molehill of Mississippi, and every mountain let freedom ring. And when this happens, and when we allow freedom ring, and when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. I think it was a beautiful speech, and it's a speech that a lot of Negro Americans today hang their hat on. But I think there's a few places in there that they are overlooking. Because Martin Luther King, when he marched for the rights of the black man, Mr. Midnight Movie, he never threw bottles into buildings and he never crashed into things like that. He was a peaceful protester.
That's true. And, 1964, they signed the Civil Rights Act, and then they signed the Voting Rights Act in 1965. And then the Supreme Court in, I think, 68 struck down anti-miscegenation laws, and that was it. And put a flag in the pole, and it was done. But these individuals don't want the fight to be over. They make money. They're grievance mongers today. There's nothing noble about this American civil rights movement today. And basically, you have cops being murdered by individuals who perhaps are inspired by a lot of these hate mongers who call themselves civil rights leaders. And it's about time that I think that the Americans stand up and let's have this debate. And we haven't had it yet. We haven't had conservatives and liberals have a really true, meaningful dialogue about the state of civil rights today. There's nothing really civil about, by the way. It's a lot of it's I don't know, and there doesn't seem anything objective about it either.
What do you mean, anything objective about it?
It doesn't seem to have any critical thinking. I was listening to the lawyer for Trayvon Martin, and I think it was named. I don't know if his name is Grant Lamont Hill, but he was one of the. I forget his name, but he's a political science, and he's kind of just one of these new civil rights leaders. His last name is Hill, and they were debating back and forth, and the lawyer for Trayvon Martin asked him a question. He said, "Is there anything that Michael Brown could have done differently that would have not caused his death?"
Yeah, of course there was.
Thrown off.
Of course there was. I've never been shot by the police.
But he was completely thrown off by the question. And you can kind of see it on CNN. He takes a long time to pause. It's like, wait a minute, this is against my narrative. I gotta, and he had nothing. He had nothing to say. It was almost like a few minutes, and it's like, yeah, there could have been a few things that he could have done, but he didn't want to say that. He wanted to keep the narrative. The police are bad. The police are brutal, and there's nothing on the other side. Nothing anybody could do on the other side. I mean, that the person on the other side could do not to get shot. And the same thing with Eric Garner. I mean, as tragic as that situation was, I mean, there was nothing he could have done to prevent getting arrested by the police. And do the business owner? I mean, is this anything good for New York City? And then now they're not going to arrest anybody unless it's absolutely necessary. So now they can basically, if they want to sell cigarettes, untaxed cigarettes, undercutting businesses, because that's what Eric Garner was supposedly doing. He was selling untaxed cigarettes, undercutting the businesses there. because they have to pay the taxes, and he was in front of there selling untaxed cigarettes. I mean, and is it really going to be good for Ferguson, Missouri? All the stores and things that are burned out, are these stores going to come back? Is anyone going to invest in that place?
No.
I mean, is Ferguson a place? I mean, you can get a home there now. You can get a home there for real cheap now, just like Detroit. You know, and is this thing really a good thing for America? And then they're going to go to the next community, because for a long time, Ferguson was 80 to 70% white, and now it's and now when there's I guess.
Okay, fix it, Mr. Midnight Movie.
Killing.
How do you fix it? How do you fix it?
Brutal honesty.
What do you mean by that?
Brutal honesty on both ends.
What? I mean, what do you mean? Brutal honesty on both ends. I mean, I know what brutal honesty means, but what do you mean?
I mean, the other side's gotten their... Yeah, the other side has gotten their chance to speak. Particularly, the media has been... Like any time you have a panel show, you'll have someone like a Sherazad Ali on there who's a black radical, a black Muslim radical. And in my opinion, anytime you have that, you should have a Jared Taylor on the other side speaking his piece. And let's have it out. Let's have, the far left on one, the left on one side from each spectrum and the right on one side. And let's, somewhere we'll meet in the middle, or we won't. But at least we'll have clarity. But let's have it out. Let's have a day of absolute brutal honesty. And, things can come of it. I think and I think that's what we need. Hardcore, brutal honesty. On both sides, from the left and from the right.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm a little bit confused on what you mean.
What did you think? What did you think of that article that I sent you? Or that actually, one angry Jew sent Jewish producer, and the Jewish producer sent me, and I sent you. About the criminal the criminal defender, the public defender.
Well, it was...
Did you read that article, Debbie? It was really good.
Yeah, I did. I read it. It was pretty run-of-the-mill, if you ask me. I mean, that's pretty run-of-the-mill.
Was it true?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought it was pretty accurate. It was damn... What did you think of it, Mr. Midnight? I know you read it.
It's what I've heard from a few people who've been lawyers and who've defended. It sounded, pretty accurate to me.
Do you think?
And it's
did black people?
Well, he defended criminals.
What is that noise? Oh.
And a lot of them a lot of them happen to be black.
Yeah.
And it's like, it just is what it is.
There were a lot of statistics within the article that were very similar to the statistics that we've discussed many times on our show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I don't know why this issue isn't addressed even more. And it's like,
okay, it says I am a public defender in a large suburban I'm just going to read the first paragraph. Suburban metropolitan area. Fewer than 10% of the people in my area that I serve are black. Okay, now let's repeat that. Fewer than 10% of the population is black, but 90% of his clients are black. And the remaining 10% are mainly Hispanics and just a few whites. I have no explanation for this, but crime has racial patterns. Hispanics usually commit two kinds of crime: sexual assault on children and DWI. Blacks commit many violent crimes, but very few sex crimes. And the small handful of whites that I see commit all kinds of crimes. In many years as a public defender, I have only represented 3 Asians, and one of those was half black. As a young lawyer, I believed the official story that blacks are law-abiding, intelligent, family-oriented people, but are so poor that they have to resort to crime to survive. So, I mean, I could keep going if you want me to. It's an interesting article. Yes, I read most of it.
Go for it. Yeah, read on.
Actual black behavior was a shock to me. The media invariably sugarcoats black behavior, even though the news reports of the very crimes that I dealt with in court, they were slanted. Television news intentionally leaves out unflattering facts about the accused and sometimes omits the names that are obviously black. All of this rocked my liberal, tolerant beliefs, but it took me years to set aside my illusions and accept the reality of what I see every day. And I have now served thousands of blacks and their families, protecting their rights and defending them in court. What follows is my observation. Although blacks are a small percentage of our community, the courthouse is filled with them. The halls and gallery benches are overflowing with black defendants, families, and crime victims. Most whites with business in court arrive quickly, dress appropriately, and keep their head down. They get in and they get out as fast as they can. For blacks, the courthouse is more like a carnival. They all seem to know each other, hundreds and hundreds every day, gossiping, laughing out loud, waving, and crowding the halls. When I am appointed to represent a client, I introduce myself and I explain that I am his or her lawyer. I explain the court process and my role in it. I ask the client some basic questions about himself. At this stage, I can tell with great accuracy how people will react. Hispanics are extremely polite and deferential. A Hispanic will never call me by my first name and will answer my questions directly and with appropriate respect for my position. And whites are similarly respectful. A black man will never call me Mr. Smith. I am always Mike. It is not unusual for a 19-year-old black to refer to me as dog. A black may mumble complaints about everything I say, roll his eyes when I politely interrupt so that I can continue with my explanation. Also, everything I say to blacks must be about on the 3rd grade level. If I slip and use adult language, they get angry because they think that I am flaunting superiority. At the early stages of a case, I explain the process to my clients. I often do not have the information in the police reports. Blacks are unable to understand that I do not yet have all the answers to all of their questions, but I will by a certain day. They live in the here and the now, and they are unable to wait for anything. Usually by the second meeting, the client I have the most... Debbie, stop looking at the pictures. All right. Usually by the second meeting with the client, I have most of the police reports and I understand the case fully. Unlike people of other races, blacks never see their lawyer as someone who is there to help them. I am a part of the system against which they are waging war. They often explode with anger at me and are quick to blame me for anything that goes wrong with their case. They often try to trip me up and challenge my knowledge of the law or the facts of the case. While I appreciate sincere questions about the elements of the offense or the sentencing guidelines, Their questions test me. Unfortunately, they are almost always wrong in their reading or understanding of the law, and this causes friction. I may repeatedly explain the law and provide copies of the statute showing, for example, why my client must serve 6 years if convicted, but he continues to believe that a handwritten note from his cellie is controlling law. The Constitution allows a defendant to make 3 crucial decisions in his case. He decides whether to plead guilty or not guilty, whether to have a bench trial or a jury trial, and he decides whether he will testify or whether he will remain silent. A client who insists on testifying is almost always making a terrible mistake, but I cannot stop him. Most blacks do not speak English well. They cannot conjugate verbs. They have a poor grasp of verb tenses. They have limited vocabulary. They cannot speak without swearing. They often become hostile on the stand. Many, when they testify, show a complete lack of empathy and are unable to conceal a morality based on the satisfaction of immediate base needs. This is a disaster, especially in a jury trial. Most jurors are white, and they are appalled by the demeanor of uneducated criminal blacks. Prosecutors are delighted when a black defendant takes the stand. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. However, the defense usually gets to cross-examine the black victim, who is likely to make just as bad an impression on the stand as the defendant. This is an invaluable gift to the defense because jurors may not convict a defendant even if they think he's guilty if they dislike the victim even more than they dislike the defendant. Such as the case of, the Rachel person that was in the case of whatever. Remember? Anyway, most criminal cases do not go to trial. Often the evidence against the accused... Why is Mr. Solution coming in on a second thing? Hang on, Solution. Let me add you to the call. Hold on. Let me add Solution. Victor's giggling because he goes, uh-oh. He was coming in as a second call. Add people. Let me throw him in here. What? Da-da-da-dee. Where did he go? Mr. Solution. Oh, really? I didn't know that was you, person who just said that on Skype. Mr. Solution, hang up. I can't add you to the call if you don't hang up. Add people. Mr. Solution, add. Okay. There we go. I think. Oh, why isn't he adding to the call? Oh, not again. My Skype's acting stupid. Do either one of you have Solution? It's going to be a separate call. Let me add y'all to the goddamn call. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. Hang up. Good evening, Mr. Solution. How are you?
Hey, Debbie. I just detoured on my Tour de France and decided to drop by. I wasn't sure whether or not you had scheduled the debate for tonight or not. So, here I am.
I love here you are. Let me tell the boys to hang up. Hold on. Guys, hang up so I can add you to the call. I don't know why it's doing it this way.
Oh, sorry about that, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, hang up. Okay, back with Mr. Solution now. Mr. Solution? Oh, no, I lost Mr. Solution. I hate this. Maybe he'll pick back up. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Mr. Solution?
Yeah, is this my computer that's crazy or is it yours? Please tell me it's yours.
I would love to tell you it's mine, but it's not. No.
Okay.
Mr. Midnight Movie is going to join us, and so is Jewish Producer at this time. I'm going to ring them both in right now. Here they come.
Oh, wow, a full Monty.
Yeah, a hat trick.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Solution is on the line. I'm reading something that's really interesting. I can only hope that you've been listening to some of it. Have you?
Not really. I was trying to get my computer up and running. But I see you have TC1 and 2, so I know something must be quite dire.
Most criminal cases do not go to trial. Often the evidence against the accused is overwhelming, and the chances of a conviction are high. The defendant is better off with a plea bargain, pleading guilty to a lesser charge. The decision to plead to a lesser charge turns on the strength of the evidence. When blacks ask the ultimate question, "What will we win at trial?" I tell them I do not know. But then I describe the strengths and the weaknesses of the case. The weaknesses are usually obvious. There are 5 eyewitnesses against you. Or you make a confession with a case that has you make a confession to both detective and your grandmother. They found you in possession of a pink cell phone with a case that has rhinestones spelling the name of the victim in the robbery. There's a video of the murderer wearing the same shirt that you were wearing when you were arrested, which has the words "in the house" on the back, not to mention you have R.I.P. Pookie tattoo on your neck as the man in the video. If you tell a man that evidence is very harmful to their case, he will blame you. "Well, you ain't working for me," they'll say. Every public defender hears this. Every attorney hears this. The more you try to explain the evidence to a black man, the angrier he gets. It is my firm belief that many men are unable to discuss the evidence against them rationally because they cannot view things from the perspective of others. They simply cannot understand how the facts of the case will appear to a jury. The inability to see things from somebody else's perspective helps explain why there are so many black criminals these days. They do not understand the pain that they are inflicting on others. One of my robbery clients is a good example. He has 2 co-defendants walk into a small store run by 2 young women. All 3 men were wearing masks. They drew handguns and ordered the women into a back room. One man beat the girl with a gun. The second man stood over the second girl while the third man emptied the cash register. All of this was on video. My client was the one who beat the girl, said, "What are our chances at trial?" I said, "Well, not good." He immediately got angry, raised his voice, and accused me of working with the prosecution. I asked him, "How do you think a jury is going to react to the video?" "They don't care," he said. I told him the jury would probably feel deeply sympathetic towards these 2 women and would be angry at him because of how he treated them. I asked him whether he felt bad for the women that he had beaten and terrorized. He told me what I suspected, what too many blacks say about the suffering of others. What do I care? She ain't me. She's not kin. I don't even know her. And then they go into a second part, but we'll break right there. And we're reading an article that was sent to me. Who wrote this article? Do you guys know? Michael Smith?
All I know is it was sent to me by Jewish producer by way of Uncle Maury.
It was sent to me by the Jew too, and you. So, do we know? Oh, it's. I'm almost through. I thought it was longer than that. Let me finish real quick. Okay, from time to time, the media report that blacks are 12% of the population, but 40% of the prison population. This is supposed to be an outrage that results from unfair treatment by the criminal system. What the media only hint at is another staggering reality. Recidivism. Recidivism. What is recidivism?
Repeating the repeat offender.
No, it's recidivism.
Recidivism.
Doesn't that mean they were a repeat offender?
Let me look. Look up in dictionary. Recidivism. A convicted criminal who reoffends. Yeah, I never heard of that in my life. It says, black men tend to be arrested over and over and over again. It is typical for a black man to have 5 felony convictions before the age of 30. This kind of record is rare among whites and Hispanics, and probably even rarer for Asians. At one time, our office, this is almost the end of it, there's only like a couple short paragraphs. At one time, our office was looking for a motto that defined our philosophy. And somebody joked that it should be, doesn't everyone deserve an 11th chance? I am a liberal. I believe that those of us who are able to produce abundance have a moral duty to provide basic food, shelter, and medical care for those who cannot care for themselves. I also believe that this duty, even to those who can care for themselves but don't. This worldview requires a compassion and a willingness to act on it. My experience has taught me that we live in a nation in which a jury is more likely to convict a black defendant who has committed crimes against a white. Even the dullest of blacks know this. There would be a lot more black on white crime if this were not the case. However, my experience has also taught me that blacks are different by almost any measure to all other people, and they cannot reason as well. They cannot communicate as well. They cannot control their impulses, and they are a threat to all who cross their paths. This is the last two sentences. I do not know the solution to the problem. I do know that it is wrong to deceive the public. Whatever solution we seek should be based on the truth rather than what we would prefer was the truth. As for myself, I will continue to do my duty to protect the rights of all who need me. And he is black. That's interesting.
I think I found a new hero up there with Thomas Sowell and Larry Elder, that Mr. Smith guy.
Yeah, I was looking at his. This is his blog, and yeah, absolutely. That's interesting.
If I have his picture, he's going on the wall right next to Thomas Sowell and Larry Elder by Black Freedom Writers, right there.
He's got a pretty interesting blog. I'll tell you that. He's got a lot of good articles that he's written. That's interesting. So, who all's with us now? That
man was the sage.
Who are we? We are. This is interesting. Okay, I'm just reading his blog. Huh. So, I read that. That was sent to me, Jewish producer, Mr. Midnight Movie. I don't know who actually found. I think the Jew actually found it. But the name
of sage.
The name of the website is American Renaissance. There is not a truth existing which I fear or would wish unknown to the world, is their quote. And it says, race is an important aspect of individual and group identity. Of all the fault lines that divide society, language, religion, class, ideology, it is the most prominent and divisive. Race and racial conflict are at the heart of some of the more serious challenges of the Western world in the 21st century. The problems of race cannot be solved without adequate understanding. Attempts to gloss over the significances of race or even to deny its reality only make problems worse. Progress requires the study of all aspects of race, whether historical, cultural, or biological. This approach is known as race realism. Well, I cannot not agree. Uh-oh. American Renaissance and its website are run by Jared Taylor.
Well, that was given to me by Uncle Maury.
Huh.
And there is another. Now, Jared Taylor is friends with a Jew, by the way, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Michael Levin, who's also he's one of my Jewish heroes. Now, I'm hearing that Mr. Solution is not saying anything. Is
he on the call?
I don't know anymore.
I hope so. I would love to hear what he has to say about several things that we're talking about tonight. One of them would be the speech that we talked about earlier that I read. I think it's interesting that people that claim to look up to Martin Luther King so much, which I do too. I actually have a picture of him. Don't follow what he, in his famous speech, what he said. He said to protest very peaceably, and they don't. And I would like to say that to them. I would say, hey, stop. I mean, if I was at the Ferguson riots and got a chance to be on the microphone, I'd say, stop. How many of you believe in the teachings of Martin Luther King? And I guarantee you every one of them would cheer. And then I would say, what about the line where he said, do not protest, in anger, with violence and with anger. So, well, we believe in everything but that, they might say.
Yeah. I'm looking at a passage here from one of my heroes' books. Larry Elder, and he's talking about the O.J. Simpson case. And he said from here, a former prosecutor, Vincent, I can't even say Bela Lugosi.
Bela Lugosi?
No. How do you say his name? I can't even say his name. Jewish producer, help. Bela Lugosi.
Paul Newman.
Okay. Said that he has never seen where a case of guilt is more obvious. Yet rich man's clever lawyers turned a double trial into a referendum on race. Defense lawyers accused decent, hardworking men and women in blue of stupidity, conspiracy, racism, and evil. After O.J. Simpson was acquitted, prosecutor Marsha Clark accused the predominantly black jury of refusing to engage in critical thinking. She's right. Take the New Republic article written by Mark Garrison, a white inner-city New Jersey high school teacher during the O.J. Simpson case. Of 110 students, mostly black, nearly all refused to believe O.J. Simpson could have killed his wife, Ron Goldman. He described their process. One student suggested that Ron Goldman killed Nicole before killing himself and then throwing away the knife.
What?
Another believed the dog did it. Shania suggested that Al Cowlings, Simpson's best buddy, did it. Bryant believes the killer is O.J.'s son. Phillips blames the fag dude who wants to marry O.J. That would be Cato Kalin, Simpson's house guest. Even the smartest students are willing to give more credence to the outlandish theories than the prosecutions. And that's the case, the difference between black and white in America. And that case, O.J. Simpson's case, that was the clearest case of the divide of white and black in this country.
Oh, bullshit. Oh, bullshit.
No bullshit. Yo.
Oh, blow it out of your rectum. That's bullshit. What the?
No, it's not. It's so... It's... You're bullshit. You know it. That's
you are on your toilet stool, bloviating away. Go ahead.
No, that is the case.
I'm just listening and just having a ball. Go ahead. I was famished after my Tour de France here. But go ahead.
Yeah. Did you ride with your cape, Superman? No, but... No, but okay. What did you think of the O.J. case? Since you're such a genius, go ahead and give us your observation on that.
Oh, look, this is a slam dunk every time. Look,
okay.
A slam dunk. Wait a minute. Wait. Before you do, hold on.
Now, for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world on HBO pay-per-view, ladies and gentlemen, from Mandalay Bay, Las Vegas, let's get ready to rumble!
Okay, go ahead.
Thousands in
Stop it. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Really, I'm going to take it easy on it. But that was no different than the Robert Blake case. Look, where you have privilege, you have power, you have wealth, you are going to have a different outcome. But if you look at the O.J. case, if O.J. had been convicted, it would have been overturned upon appeal, because when you get a police officer taking the fifth, you've got a problem. The prosecution has a real problem, and I mean not just because remember the fifth is for a defendant. It's not for a witness. It allows one to not be a witness against themselves. Okay, so themselves, yes. So when a witness pleads the fifth, that means something is horribly screwed up. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark, if I can draw from my historical quotation. So, and particularly when your eyewitness, remember, Mark Furman was the eyewitness. He found the glove. So when he starts lying and pleading the fifth, your case is flawed. It's seriously flawed. Also, remember, the police lied about where O.J. was. O.J. had promised to return, and they jumped the fence, lying, saying they thought something was of imminent danger. They lied on the affidavit.
I'm going to interrupt you and say something that I've never said before, but I will guarantee you, I lay everything I own in this world. O.J. did not do it.
Well, he may have done it.
Nope.
This is
no way.
Even if he did do it, let's assume he did do it. You know, our law is jiggered in such or structured in such a way, we would prefer to let 10 guilty people go than to convict one innocent person. That's the way the law works, and that is a good premise. O.J. may have done it. He may have done it.
Nope.
However, the way did I hear nope?
That was me.
Oh, okay. Even if he did it, they violated so many tenets of the law that it would have been overturned on appeal. And I've named two major ones right there. You get an eyewitness lying on the stand, taking the fifth. And remember, Flea Bailey asked that question in such a way, it absolutely...
Mark Furman destroyed their case.
Absolutely. He actually ripped the spine out of Mark Furman. He caught him in a lie. Let's see, if I recall it, he say, are you as sure that you haven't used the word nigger in the last whatever years as you are that you found that glove? Now, that's a complex, compound question, but it's designed, if you answer that question, you have to answer it one way. And if you do, he screwed up.
That's not all he did.
He said he hadn't used the word. But then they found him on tape having used the word.
That's not all he did. He destroyed evidence. That's not all he did. Upon extensive investigation into that case, Victor and I both are convinced O.J. did not do it. O.J. was there. He showed up after it was done, but he didn't do it.
Well, who did it?
It's between two people. There was a guy that was hired, that could have been hired to do it, and the son of O.J., who was a master chef. He had left his restaurant that night, pissed off. This is a fact. This isn't Debbie talking. He left his restaurant that he worked at and took his butcher knives that he always kept with him, and he was pissed off because the wife, Nicole Brown, was supposed to go to his restaurant and let him cook for her and the girl that had her recital that night, and she no-showed, and he didn't like her anyway, and he had a violent temper. And the week before that, he had the cops called on him for assaulting his girlfriend and threatening with a knife to her throat. This is facts. I'm not just making this stuff up. We triple and quadruple checked these facts. It was either the son or it was this guy. I mean, I hate to talk about race. It was a white guy that was actually hired to do it.
Why?
That's fact.
Why? What was the motivation?
Because that's where it gets real intricate. Because to get to, I forgot. Victor just left. No, Victor just got home. Victor will know. He remembers. It was. Victor will remember. Let me take a break until Victor gets back.
Okay. May I comment? I
Sure.
just want to comment. There was. Thank you. There was enough evidence to convict O.J. I mean, they have convicted people on far less evidence. But the problem is the way the evidence was presented and the counter arguments to the evidence. So there has to be a material fact on appeal.
A serial killer. A serial killer by the name of Glenn Rogers. Rogers. He was a serial killer.
Right. And the judge, the judge said, and if I recall this correctly, the judge said the police had acted with reckless disregard for the law when they breached that wall in order to go into OJ's home.
Get this. You know the blood found inside the white Bronco? Do you know how that got there? This is a fact. This isn't Debbie just talking shit. The officers who went over and investigated the scene, which that was a fiasco in itself. After that, they left. It was Furman and somebody else left, went over to OJ's place, opened the door to his Bronco, and went through it. They're the ones who put the blood inside the Bronco because there was the blood of Nicole and Ron Goldman and OJ were all three in the Bronco, and it was there because of Furman and the other guy going through the Bronco before they went to get the warrant to arrest OJ.
So you're saying they didn't plant the blood? It was just
no. I don't believe they planted the blood. It was in it. Yes, exactly.
It was stupidity
because they had been over. Okay. They had been over to the death scene. They washed down the death scene. They washed it down before daybreak the next day. There was a dog out there walking off. It was a fiasco, a freaking fiasco.
Well, you know, Flea Bailey also pointed out that they used the telephone instead of noting who had used it last. That is from the murder scene. In other words, someone used the phone there, and I forget which officer it was. And you're not supposed to do that. Hell, I could have investigated the crime scene better than they could, than they did. And additionally, one of the guys, I forget his name now, but he took the evidence home. He didn't take it to the crime lab or to.
So it looked like
in other words, he didn't protect. I'm sorry, someone saying.
No, it was just Victor. Go ahead.
Oh, they didn't protect the custody of the evidence, and that's a problem. That came back to bite them in the ass. And that wasn't an all-black jury, by the way. There were other people on there of non-quote-unquote black ethnicity. But, you know, excuse me?
White guilt.
Well, one of the things is that a lot of people don't understand procedures in a criminal trial. And like I say, when the police screw up that way, let's say OJ did it. And I'm willing to admit, as I said earlier, he probably did do it from the evidence. However, with the evidence being tainted the way it was and the blundering, bumbling police officers, I mean, you just can't get a conviction in such a scenario. But at any rate, I don't know if you guys want to rehash. I mean, that's been hashed and rehashed so many times. I think you guys were talking.
I've never talked about the OJ case.
Really?
Oh, no, this is the first time for Debbie and I. This is the first time that Debbie believes that I knew that Debbie even believed that OJ. She thought OJ was not guilty.
Now, say the horrible things about Debbie's conclusion, not necessarily about Debbie, well, whatever, but say the horrible things that you would normally say. You kind fellow.
Well, let me just say, hey, listen now. You still owe me $50,000, but let me just add on this.
You don't owe a gift. You don't owe a gift.
Okay, you're an Indian giver, but that's beside the point.
No. A gift is grace. You don't owe a gift. Go ahead.
You're an Indian giver, but let me finish with this. Yeah. I this is the first time in all of the years that I don't think we've ever discussed the O.J. Simpson case. It disgusted me when I heard it. It was kind of a reawakening of mine that I started to have my reawakening in the 90s by listening to Dinesh D'Souza and Larry Elder. And this was just furthermore of a reawakening for me. And I based a lot of, a great portion of my theory about white guilt and how it should end from that time. And I feel there is a clear divide because at that time, whites believed one way and blacks believed another. It was a clear racial divide on thought. And I was really depressed about it when I heard it. And I really thought that white guilt and black racial vendetta was the rule of the day. And I still believe that now, even if the idea of the O.J. Simpson, even though Debbie has a different view on the O.J. Simpson verdict. I mean, and I'd have to look at it again and examine the facts on that. But he did leave his blood at the crime scene, and usually that is an open and shut case. When you leave your blood at the crime scene.
Okay, I'm going to pull rank on every one of y'all and tell y'all to listen to this, okay? Just take a listen.
Here, and that was Nicole Brown. She was lying on a walkway that angled down towards the street, and the blood was flowing in that direction.
This is a crime of passion, overkill, jealousy, domestic, something of that nature. Rage, yes, absolutely. I mean, this alone shows you bang, 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 bang. Those murders were ghastly. They were awful murders. I mean, Nicole Simpson had a slash of her throat that went all the way down into the vertebral column, 3 millimeters into the vertebral column.
The detectives that arrived at Nicole's house on Bundy Drive in the early hours of the morning faced a forensic jigsaw puzzle. There was a left-handed leather glove covered in blood, bloody footprints, and 5 drops of blood heading away from the scene to the rear of the property.
Here it's pretty obvious what happened. There was a struggle. The left glove came off during the struggle. The left hand or the left side of this perpetrator's body was injured, and as that person moved away, they bled.
There was also an envelope containing a pair of glasses, which they later found Ron Goldman had come to deliver to Nicole. 35-year-old Nicole had been divorced from O.J. Simpson for 2 years. With 2 children together, Sydney and Justin, they had been fated as the perfect mixed-race couple. But their relationship had broken down, despite numerous reconciliations. And since her divorce, Nicole had begun to live life in the fast lane.
I think within the last year plus of her life, I think she blew a fuse. I mean, something happened. And I guess, the drugs would do that, Here she is one moment, a faithful wife, dedicated, loving. And the next, like I said, the rumors you hear, she's doing coke or she's sleeping around, and it was the whole thing, man. It was very sad.
On the evening of the murder, Nicole had gone to see her daughter Sydney dancing in a school show. Simpson was also there. He'd heard that day that his affair with girlfriend Paula Barbieri was over. After the show, Simpson went home, while Nicole went on to a family dinner at the fashionable Mezzaluna restaurant where Ron Goldman worked as a waiter. Nicole was a frequent visitor. Since her divorce, she had become involved with various men from the restaurant. And 6'1", 25-year-old Goldman was rumored to be a boyfriend. He had been to her house and been seen driving her Ferrari. Nicole and the children had returned home by 9:15. When detectives arrived, candles were alight, there was music playing, and a bath was still warm. Rod Englert faced the task of trying to reconstruct what happened.
Nobody will ever know what was in her mind when she walked out, because she left her front door open, walked a few feet down the landing, down the steps where the attack occurred, and she was stabbed 4 times in the left side of the neck. The evidence suggests that Ron Goldman walked up and he is then attacked, and a struggle between the two, a confrontation between the two occurs in her blood that's already bleeding. So she had to be down for her blood to bleed to the extent that it had already bled.
But if Nicole went down quickly, the forensic evidence showed that Ron Goldman was involved in a violent struggle.
He's struggling, he's fighting, he's twisting, he's turning, he's doing everything that he can to survive, and the other person is doing everything that he can to quieten him and kill him. And the best way to silence someone, one has to know that you sever the throat. And that's a kill.
Tom Lang and 3 other detectives then went up to Simpson's house, a 5-minute drive away on Rockingham Avenue. He had to be informed, but as the ex-husband, he was also a potential suspect. On their arrival, Detective Mark Furman told his colleagues that he'd found a speck of blood on the door of Simpson's white Ford Bronco, which was parked outside. The detectives then went on to the property and found that Simpson had left for Chicago a few hours before at 11 p.m. During their search of the house, Detective Furman said he found a right-handed glove covered in blood.
Well, Furman had been to Bundy. It's not too difficult to put 2 and 2 together. It's still 4. He sees what appears to be a matching glove, and it's a right-handed glove. This now becomes a crime scene.
As dawn broke, the police said they found spots of Simpson's blood on the drive of his house and in the entrance hall. Simpson was now the prime suspect. A few hours later, Detective Bert Looper supervised the search for more clues.
In particular, the bedroom I wanted to see was the master bedroom, which was O.J.'s. And I have the photographer take several photographs before we even go in, one of which indicated some socks in front of the bed on the floor.
At first, no one noticed that the socks were bloody, but later analysis showed otherwise.
When those socks were examined with high-intensity light, there was a lot of blood, because around the ankle of one of them was 19 projected spatters of blood all the way around. And there were 39 on the other. That came back to Nicole Brown Simpson's blood, and it was projected. That's the key. Those socks were present when they're fighting in that particular area. That's probably one of the strongest pieces of evidence in this whole case.
Okay, now you're probably thinking, Debbie, this is looking awfully guilty on O.J. Simpson, but stay with it, because it's not.
Can I say one thing? If this is the movie I think of...
It's not a movie.
Oh, well, there is a movie that was made called O.J. Simpson is Guilty.
The O.J. Simpson story, yeah.
It was O.J. Simpson is Guilty, but not of murder. And that film was shown at my father's film festival. I just wanted to add that in. And this sounds like the same film. I could absolutely be wrong.
No, it's not. This is done by the BBC.
And is this one that suggested his son did it?
No.
There is one out there that suggested his son did it. I saw some of it, but not all of it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Is this interesting? It is to
It
me.
is.
That
It is.
pair of socks.
I'll skip forward a little bit. Do you want me to skip forward or what?
Yeah, go ahead. Skip forward.
Running after the Bronco was 24-year-old Jason, Simpson's son by his first marriage. Shortly after the police dragged Jason away from his father, Simpson gave himself up. In his own words, a depressed, lost man. In the months that followed, the police continued to build their case. They believed that Simpson had driven over to Bundy and had either stalked Nicole or been driven by Goldman's arrival into a fit of jealous rage. The detectives believed that he had then brutally murdered them both before driving back to his home, spreading blood in his Bronco as he went. The Bronco was a key crime scene in its own right. Rod Englert examined the vehicle when it was taken apart.
When the detectives approached the white Bronco that was parked outside of the Rockingham Street address, there was a transfer of blood pattern on the Bronco door that was consistent with the bleeding left hand of O.J. Simpson. It's less than a half inch wide, a little over a quarter inch wide. consistent with when he reaches up and touches that to open the door. And that pattern is also consistent with the pattern on the inside of the door well, where you open the door to get out.
The forensic team found Simpson's blood by the driver's door, on the driver's side carpet, on the seats, the instrument panel, and on the steering wheel. But it was the discovery of Nicole Brown's and Ron Goldman's blood, particularly on the center console, that clinched it. For Englert and the team, it appeared to prove that Simpson had been involved in the crime.
If there is any doubt in anybody's mind about this person not committing this crime, I mean, then they have a real problem with reality. I need something to point in another direction. I need something substantive that says someone else did or could have done this crime. None of that exists. Absolutely none of that.
For the police, a mountain of evidence showed that Simpson was the murderer. But is their case really so conclusive? Not only is there significant evidence pointing away from Simpson, but it's also now clear from the new research for this film that there is evidence that the police dismissed or ignored. One private detective has followed it up, and what he has discovered puts the crime in a completely new light. Dallas, Texas. Over the last 40 years, Private Eye Bill Deere has solved a number of major cases and has a reputation for taking nothing for granted. Right from the start, he had major reservations about the police handling of the case, and so began his own investigation.
They saw the bloody glove behind the bungalow at OJ's, and they put two and two together. And with a little bit of blood found in the Bronco and a little bit of blood that was found on the driveway, I think they made up their mind very quickly that it was OJ. And from that point on, they went no further. They had their man. I felt that in my mind, maybe, just maybe, there's something wrong here. Maybe we're not being told the story.
Bill talked the case over with colleague Chris Stewart.
I can't believe that a guilty man is going to voluntarily go down in the police car, followed by Harold Weitzman, his lawyer, and say to the lawyer, "Lawyer, I don't need you. Just go ahead and sit outside. Go have a cup of coffee. I'll talk to him if I just killed two people." Why would somebody like OJ allow himself to be cross-examined, asked questions, photographed, fingerprinted, everything that they did to him if he was guilty? The case is too comfortable. That's the problem I've got with it. It's too pat. And I told Chris, I said, you know, I've got to know the truth.
Bill Deere then went out to Los Angeles to examine the crime scene for himself.
This is where her black Jeep was found. The back gate's been changed, the number's been changed, but other than that, this is the way it was when I arrived about 3 weeks after the murders. And that night I came back, posted Chris across the street in a car to watch out and watch for my back, and hiked myself up over the fence. I came down the steps, walked the narrow passageway, up steps, down steps, and there I'm standing there by her door. And I'm looking now, and I still see some blood there. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at what I've been told by the press, that he was hiding behind the bushes. And I'm saying, he can't be hiding behind the bushes. There's a brick wall there separating one neighbor to the other.
There had to be a lot of commotion and a lot of screaming because these people were fighting for their life. Ron Goldman was a young man fighting for his life. Nicole was young, didn't want to die. Upstairs, you had two minor children. I think that's one of the things that really bothered me all along. I'm a father. I'm a single parent. I could no more picture myself coming here, killing some, either my ex-wife or whatever, because these people, and leaving my two minor children to. Ron Goldman was a young man fighting for his life. Nicole was young, didn't want to die.
Hey, we got an echo.
Upstairs,
guys.
Where's one of the things that
hello? Where's that echo
JP.
coming from? We got a bad echo.
All along.
That was JP. What's going on?
I'm
Hello?
sorry about that.
Okay, no problem.
Walk out and see the mother, Nicole, lying there with her head nearly decapitated, and Ron Goldman laying against the fence, bleeding all over the place with his eyes wide open. No Nobody as a parent could do that.
Another thing that was funny, and the people that we talked to, they all said to me, did you know that O.J., it bothers him, the sight of blood? A weapon such as a knife is a weapon of choice. O.J. could have done anything other than used a knife if he was afraid of blood. If you're going to use a knife, you're going to be cutting somebody. You're certainly going to see blood. They arrested O.J. right after he came back from the trip. To me, when they examined him, there should have been some bruises on him that were indicative of a fight.
To Bill Deere, it was impossible for the killer to have come out of such a fight with nothing but a cut on his hand. And what's more, Ron Goldman was no average opponent. He was trained in karate.
I think that's the one thing that really caught me off guard. How do you fight with Ron Goldman, a karate expert to some degree, who's got 20-some-odd stab wounds, who's fighting for his life? He's got bruised knuckles. There's marks on the bottom of Goldman's tennis shoes. There's a mark across the canvas top of it where he's trying to kick out, trying to defend himself in the karate motions in the defensive posture that he's been taught. Charles, you've had a chance to look at the crime scene pictures as much as we could really give you.
Medic and trained karate expert Charles England has studied the Goldman fight. Bill wants Charles to show him how he thinks the fight occurred.
Come on in, Jason. I'm going to demonstrate what's happening in the fight scene. Ron Goldman comes by here. He's surprised by a strike. He's blocking. He's coming in. The assailant's right here. He's defending himself. He's striking. The assailant's coming down, trying to overbear him. He's coming in. I'm stabbing. He leans back to the side kick. Boom. He gets struck. He comes back in. 1, 2. He struck in. And 3.
Would there be any wounds or any marks on your body based on what Goldman has just done to defend himself and protect his life? If there were bruised marks on the knuckles, what would that be indicative of to you as a professional?
He struck him. He struck him multiple times.
Stick your hands up.
Okay, that's the first thing that blew my mind, is that there wasn't a scratch on OJ except for his one little finger thing. Not a scratch. And Ron Goldman was a trained martial arts expert. He would have gotten some pretty good blows in before he went down, is what they're proving right here. And they're proving it. So that was the
Yeah, I'm sorry. There has to be a panel show on the O.J. Simpson trial. I mean, now after listening to that, because I'm not an expert on that.
Oh, it's just getting warmed up. I promise you, Mr. Midnight Movie, by the time you hear this, you will seriously doubt that O.J. Simpson committed those murders. I guarantee. I mean, you know me. I would never lie to you. There is no doubt in my mind that you will seriously doubt that O.J. did it. It's impossible.
Well, I mean, what they're presenting now is giving me doubt. But like I said,
that's just scratching the surface.
But does this film have any rebuttal to these arguments? Because I always want to. If I hear one thing, I always want to hear the other side.
Well, they're rebutting their argument. They're rebutting the argument that O.J. did it. This is a rebuttal, is what it is, basically. This guy is a professional. We looked him up. We did research on the guy that did the thing in Dallas. We did research on everybody. And so far, Victor and I can come up with nothing that disproves any of this. But it gets wild. It involves...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Debbie, have you ever done a show on the O.J. Simpson trial?
No.
That would be interesting, because...
I bet you I could get this guy, David Deere. Yeah.
But what I would like to see is someone who has some opposite opinion to David Deere. That would, because
that would be,
Prosecution. The LA case.
This is a rebuttal, sweetie. This is a rebuttal.
Yeah, that is the rebuttal.
But there are people who've written extensively about the case, and God, I don't know if I threw away the book that was about the case, but there are people who've written extensively about the case and claims out that he was guilty. And
I would lay everything I owned, and I mean that's a lot. I would lay that he didn't do it.
Yeah, but my position is, even if he did do it, so many procedures were violated that he could not have been convicted. And I'm talking about...
and Mr. Solution, you should hear in this investigation what they found that they did, that Mark Furman stole it's unbelievable. They wanted so bad to frame Simpson that what did he do, Victor? He got rid of evidence. He got rid of all this. Remember?
Well, and the most flagrant thing he did was lied on the witness stand.
That was it.
Yeah, that's what Victor said. Victor said they had it in their mind that he did it, and by God, that's what they were going to prove.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it's virtually impossible to convict someone if you have a good attorney. And see, some of the things you guys were talking about earlier, I wanted to touch on those. Because now 3M is a bigot. He's a racial bigot. There's no doubt about it. But what he's leaving out as an ignorant racial bigot is the fact that this is a class issue. These are mostly, I would say, overwhelmingly low-class people without any, generally uneducated. And, of course, they're going to run afoul with the law. And, there are other things that are involved, but those are two of the major things. Or the major thing is the class issue, the fucking class issue. Because if you get low-class people, that's usually who's in jail. People who have money to get bailed out and hire an attorney,
we have right here with us one of Dallas's premier bail bondsmen. Okay, let's ask him a question. Victor, you're going to have to step up to the mic a little bit here.
Yes.
Over your 28-year tenure, I'm going to assume that you probably posted 5,000 bail bonds.
Easily.
Easily?
No, a lot more.
What would you say is the percentage of black bail bonds that you posted?
Oh, probably 60%.
60%. And what would be the other percent?
No, it'd probably be like 50 black, 30 Spanish, and then the rest.
Basically what the other attorney said. So there you go. Matter of fact, I have his account right here. I could go through it while we're on the air. But so there you go. That falls quite in line with what that attorney David Smith said. But I was interested to hear what Mr. Solution was saying, because you were making a lot of sense about why they are what?
Well, this is you're dealing with basically lower class people. I was checking this out several years ago. Now, I'm criminal law. Well, look, and it was pointed out that there has never been a wealthy person in America executed for murder. Never. And so what you're dealing with more than anything else is the class status of the people. Now, I know a lot of people like to talk about race and this kind, but race is nothing but a code word for class. That's all that is, a code word for class. And so when you have people who have money, they're going to get an attorney, they're going to get bailed out, and these sort of benefits are going to inure to their favor. And, of course, they're not going to be convicted. They're not going to do as much time. America is about class. That's the fundamental basis of an America, is the class that you are. And so you guys are jumping on, well, I know 3M, Debbie, your position, I don't know if it's undecided or what, but his position is, well, it's because they're black. They're black.
Okay.
And that's just wait a minute. And I'm just saying this from a historical standpoint and from an objective standpoint. That is completely fucked up. If you take a white person or an Asian person, a Hispanic person, and they are of a particular class, first of all, they're going to avoid doing dumb shit for the most part. But even if they do dumb shit, they have money to hire an attorney. An attorney is your mouthpiece and protection against the system. So these people that you find in the system and victims of the system, many of these people are mentally ill anyway, okay, due to drug usage and all that bullshit, and that's a separate issue, but that has to do with with character also. But the primary issue of law enforcement is going to be class. That's who is going to be netted, excuse me, mostly by law enforcement. The lower classes, whomever they are, be they white, black, Asian, Hispanic, Native American. You're going to find people in the lower class are going to get shitted on by the society, period. That's the way it works.
Well, why were you then a kind of a lukewarm supporter of Christopher Dorner?
What?
During the Christopher Dorner during the Christopher Dorner issue, when he had just been killed, you kind of gave a lukewarm support of Christopher Dorner.
I gave a lukewarm support. Okay, I'm still, and forgive me, I know this happens regularly.
You know who
Christopher? What the hell you're talking about?
You know who Christopher Dorner? You know who Christopher Dorner, the cop, right? The ex-cop who was killing people. You said that part of what he was doing was kind of correct?
I think you have the names mixed up, number one.
You know who Christopher Dorner was, right?
Christopher Dorner, he's the police officer they had a manhunt for, and he went and shot fellow cops. That's the right name.
The ex-cop. Okay, that was his name, Christopher Dorner. Okay, and what was I supposed to have done?
You said you don't agree with killing, but you kind of agreed a little bit with his outrage.
Okay, so what point are you driving at? I mean, he was frustrated with the system, with the work environment. He had a long, dissertation on his complaints. So, look, you just throw everything in, and
That's what Victor was saying. Victor goes, "Where the hell did this come from?"
Yeah, I mean, you just throw everything in and act as if it's relevant. I don't see what the hell you're talking about.
I thought we were talking about OJ.
He was talking about a lot of its class, and Christopher Dorner basically complained on how black how black suspects were treated in the custody of a lot of white officers, and they said there was a history of racism there. So you said race has no issue, and then you say on one end that about Christopher Dorner being somewhat correct.
No. Look, that is absolutely, I can't tell you how ridiculous that is to throw that in. That has no relevance to what we're talking about here. I was saying, as I made the point earlier, and that's what you should have commented on, is it not clear that class is the most prominent issue with people who end up in the criminal justice system, specifically the lower classes? Is that factual or not?
Yes, but is culture also a factor, Mr. Solution?
Well, isn't culture part of class? Why are you making that distinction? What distinction? Between. No, I know you're just throwing words around, but what distinction are you making between culture and class?
Well, there are some poor people who are in the poverty class, but don't commit the same types of crime because they come from a different sort of culture. And there are some people who come from a poverty class, but their culture tells them to, their culture is more okay with them stealing and getting things through criminal behavior.
Well, I don't think anybody's culture is more okay with them doing bad things. I think some people are deviants regardless, but I'm just pointing out. Now, all of us do things that could be suspect at certain points, but should we get in trouble, we can bail out, We can get an attorney. We can fight it. I mean, so if class is the major issue, then why are you trying to put it off on something else? You're trying to shift to an ancillary issue that doesn't have the same gravity.
Mr. Solution, even during the poverty times in this country, when Asian Americans were very poor, they still committed less crime than the regular than most of the population. So that was culture, and they were poor. They were a poverty class of people.
Okay, so does that obviate the fact that the lower classes are getting more trouble and are represented to a greater degree in the criminal justice system? Does what you just said override or set that aside?
No, but culture has a bigger factor in behavior than class.
Well, we've already delineated the a fortiori point, and we might say that it is the lesser of every group in terms of a criminal element. Fewer people of every group, because most people have some morals. You know, they have some boundaries, and they don't go out just doing things that violate the law. Most people, there's just a small segment of people on the aggregate that commit crimes. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then we're talking about the small segment of the overall population that commits crime, number one, thank God. Number two, they are generally of the lower class. So there's your double whammy.
And would it be natural for those of the upper class not to be around those of lower class because the lower classes are criminally inclined?
Well, what do you think? Do you think I would hang out around you?
Well, because you owe me $50,000. No, you wouldn't.
Well, as long as I do, that's a goal for you to strive for. But the thing of it is, you're right. I mean, you don't want to hang out around a criminal element. Now, I will admit, people who do drugs, they do come together. The lower upper class. Now, I see documentaries on TV all the time. What Net Geo, National Geographic. So what usually brings the poor, the lower class, and the upper class together are drugs. Oftentimes you will find them coming together to either use or transact drug trade. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm somewhat aware of that.
Okay. That's what brings them together. Other than that, you're right. They normally don't interact.
Now, are you also saying that people who are in a lower class could have a culture that almost forbids them from bringing shame onto the family, like a lot of Asian cultures do, particularly the Japanese with their Bushido code?
But you will find that in a lot of cultures. We've already acknowledged that only a small percentage of the overall population commits crime. You see. So, yes, the answer is yes. And that's why religion, you friggin' atheists, you immoral individual, that's why the atheism is not a good thing to promote. Because now people have no oversight. It's anything they can get away with. And why don't you commit crimes? If you're an atheist, there is no God. You are accountable to no one but yourself. Is it just that you're scared you're going to get caught? I mean, why don't you commit crime?
Well, I mean, I do have a moral compass. Now, let me ask you this. How many people... Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
I want to ask you the question. What is your moral compass based on, being that you are an atheist?
I do unto others as I would have done unto me. But let me ask you this question. How many? Wait, no. Okay. I do. Okay. All right. I answered it bad.
I'll answer you.
What percent of the prison population or jail population or the incarceration population is atheist? What percent do you think it is?
Oh, I don't know that. What does that have to? I don't know that. I haven't looked at that. What is it? What you tell me?
It's probably 99.9.
So you don't know.
I don't know. But I would bet you $50,000 of the $50,000 you owe me that it is probably at least 99%.
A gift is grace. A gift is grace and not an obligation. Understand that. But the point of it is, more people are inclined to become religious when they're incarcerated than otherwise, from what I hear.
It's the last refuge of a scoundrel. I've heard that before as well. But, they all believe in God. They all believe in this. And
but that's not the point. No. Listen. That point counters what you just said. Do you understand that?
What do you mean that count? What are you talking about? When you brought in when they're incarcerated and then they find God? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, your thrust was that there are more atheists in prison.
No, I did not. No, I said there are more. No, come on, there are more religious. Dude, every one of them before they commit a crime and after they commit the crime believe in God. I can almost guarantee that.
What are we really talking about here?
Well, you just told me what my moral compass is, and I just told you that most people who commit crimes are God-fearing people.
No, I just told you you don't have... Well, I ask you, what is your moral compass, being an atheist?
So you have to have a belief in God to have a moral compass. Is that right?
Is that an answer to a question?
I'm asking you a question. So you believe?
No, answer the question. Okay, answer the question I ask you, and then I'll respond by.
What was the question? I'm getting confused here. Go ahead.
Debbie, do what you were doing. He's worn me out. Shit.
Debbie, I have to take a shower, but okay. Did I confuse anybody here? I thought I answered the question that he asked me.
We're all listening.
We're having the God debate right
Hold on,
here.
I had you on the loudspeakers. Me and Victor were over here listening. We were listening. It was interesting. It was a nice argument. I don't know. I don't know. You know.
So, but like I said, most of the people, just about everybody in prison believes in God. And I say...
Well, my brother used to say when he was a cop, let's send him up to 7 and let him get the spirit. So.
Yeah, Debbie, what I asked him was, being an atheist, what is the basis for his morality? Being that you can answer that if you will.
The golden rule.
But that's religious, atheist.
That's religious, Mr. Midnight Movie. Do unto others. Because the Bible says that the greatest of all commandments is to love one another as you love yourself.
I don't love one another. I don't love anybody as I love myself. I do unto others as I do unto myself. So there's no love there. But I act according to. I treat people the way I want to be treated.
Mr. Midnight Movie. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I mean, it's the same. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Isn't that in the Bible? Isn't that right?
Yes. No, I think it's Confucius. I could be wrong.
That is the golden rule.
We're gonna find out. Hold on. Shut up.
Yeah, that's in the Bible.
Yeah, I believe it is. Let's look in.
But see, he
Matthew 7.
Atheist,
Matthew 7 says, always do for other people everything that you would want them to do for you. That is Moses' teaching and the prophets. And
right. He's using religious dogma as an atheist. That doesn't make any sense. He's thoroughly confused.
Okay, did you Google the golden rule? Not the golden china, the golden rule.
It's love your neighbor as yourself and do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Well, look up Matthew 7. It basically says in the King James Version, therefore, all things whatsoever you would that men should do to you, do even so to them. This is the law of the prophets.
Right.
That's basically what you just said.
So you okay. So you have to. So to believe that, you know, to have good stuff out of the Bible, you have to believe it comes from a higher. Give me some more of that golden china. The golden china, by the way.
We're reduced to stuff now.
Okay, so there are good sayings in the Bible that, you know, you can have your, you know, that you can base your life on, or you can get, you know, basically good morals, but you don't have to believe in a higher power. You don't have to do that.
Okay, well, let me say this. Yes, you do in a sense. Otherwise, you're plagiarizing. The thing of it is you are an atheist. You are an atheist who's, first of all, thoroughly confused, and you use religious dogma as a basis for your morality, which is an oxymoron, by the way. But with you, it can be allowed.
So is spendthrift, by the way. Spendthrift.
Stop changing the subject. God.
I was.
You're
on
making
the subject.
us all dizzy.
I was on this.
well, Debbie, every subject defeats him. You got to say, I love this guy's antics. But the point of it is, every subject defeats him.
Listen to this, Mr. Midnight Movie. Listen to this. This is great. This is what I printed out for my kids one time.
Christ came to teach us not only what we are to know and believe, but what we are to do, not only toward God, but toward men, not only toward those of our party and persuasion, but toward men in general, all with whom we have to do. We must do that to our neighbor which we ourselves acknowledge to be fit and reasonable. We must, in our dealings with men, suppose ourselves in the same case and circumstances with those we have to do with, and act accordingly. There are but two ways, right and wrong, good and evil, the way to heaven, the way to hell. In the one or other of these all are walking. There is no middle place hereafter, no middle way now. All the children of men are saints or sinners, godly or ungodly. See concerning the way of sin and sinners, that the gate is wide, and stands open. You may go in at this gate with all your lusts about you. It gives no check to appetites or passions. It is a broad way. There are many paths in it. There is choice of sinful ways. There is a large company in this way. But what profit is there in being willing to go to hell with others, because they will not go to heaven with us? The way to eternal life is narrow. We are not in heaven as soon as we are got through the straight gate. Self must be denied, the body kept under, and corruptions mortified. Daily temptations must be resisted. Duties must be done. We must watch in all things, and walk with care, and we must go through much tribulation. And yet this way should invite us all. It leads to life, to present comfort in the favor of God, which is the life of the soul, to eternal bliss, the hope of which at the end of our way, should make all the difficulties of the road easy to us. This plain declaration of Christ has been disregarded by many who have taken pains to explain it away, but in all ages the real disciple of Christ has been looked on as a singular, unfashionable character, and all that have sided with the greater number have gone on in the broad road to destruction. If we would serve God, we must be firm in our religion. Can we often hear of the straight gate and the narrow way, and how few there are that find it, without being in pain for ourselves, or considering whether we are entered on the narrow way, and what progress we are making in it? Christ came to teach us.
Sorry, I accidentally hit play again.
Yeah, Debbie, if you can hear me. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would wager that if one goes to any prison or jail, you will find a very small segment of the small segment of violators that are in middle and above class status. What would your opinion be on if you understood what I just said?
I know exactly what you just said, and most of them are in lower class. Most of them come from very, very poor families that don't have any family money that was handed down, and they don't have life insurance policies. They don't have 401ks. They don't have inheritance money that people get. They come from, you scratch to get everything you have. You go out and sell anything you can get your hands on. And so that's just, I mean, unless you are the kind of person that is born with the mindset that you're going to climb out of that and make something out of yourself, go to school, become something, and you have your mindset, you're going to go down the path of self-destruction, and you're going to end up in jail probably. So that's probably why there are so many lower class, dark-skinned, black, whatever you want to call them, people in prison, in jail, because they break the law to quote-unquote survive.
And for drug sales and drug usage, I think most people who are in jail, and I do recall some report a while back, they're in jail for drug-related charges.
Well, and theft. A lot of people steal to pawn things to buy drugs.
Right. Okay, drug-related.
It's usually a lot of it comes down to drugs, and people get involved in drugs when they're in a lower class, because that's what they do. That's just what they do. Some people know better. I mean, you may think to yourself, am I more intelligent than a woman that is my age that lives in a lower class over on the other side of the tracks? Well, I made decisions in my life that got me to where I am today. So I guess in that sense, I am. I could have gone that way, probably. I could have, got involved in seedy things and done bad things and gone the other way. In fact, I'm sure I could have, but I didn't. I had the mindset that I wanted to not do that. I wanted to be what I wanted to be, and I saw that I got there in one way or the other. And I didn't come from an enormous amount of money. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth, but I had the mindset that I didn't want to do it. And I think that people that are in a lower class, they don't care. They don't see any way out. And that's where they're wrong. That's where they're wrong. And I'm sorry. So there you go.
Well, but we also want to talk about culture as well. I mean, but wait a minute. My grandfather, he grew up, he was really poor class, and even accepting government assistance, which he could have, his thought was, I'll eat dirt first.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you make a choice. You make a choice of what you're going to do. Somebody comes up and says when you're 14 years old, hey, man, if you go off and sell this, you can make such and such and such and such. I would have said, are you out of your fucking mind? That's crazy. Now, I was the kind of person that would say, hey, let's go smoke a joint. Sure, I'd go smoke a joint. But if somebody was to say to me, hey, man, you could take this pound and turn it for... I'd go, are you fucking crazy? I made the decision not to do what those people make the decision to do to get where they are. It's that easy.
Yeah, and for all intents...
But that's what you're talking about, Mr. Midnight Movie. You're talking, Mr. Slow, you're talking about class. And people, right. I think it has a lot to do with not being ignorant, not being stupid.
Right, and having hope. In other words, seeing a way out or seeing a way... I mean, the American ideal is really beautiful. It's unique.
Yeah, and they sell out. They sell out. They just sell out. They take the easy way. They take the wide path, like I just read. They take the easy path. Yeah, bingo.
Yeah. Yeah, and so the thing of it is with 3M, he always wants to attach... Well, that's the way bigots are. They can only see so-called race. But now, 3M, what about the black people that you couldn't even eat their excrement? I mean, and I don't mean to be crude except to a crude person, but what about the black persons that you will never achieve the status that they have achieved? How do you see yourself vis-a-vis them? Or do you just block that out?
I say all the power to them. And
No. That's not what That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
What I'm asking is the fact that they are your arch enemy because they're not your same color scheme.
Where do you get the idea of that? All right, where do you get the idea of that? How would you like me to give you a verbal roundhouse kick the groin area? Go ahead.
Allow me to finish framing the question.
Okay.
What I'm saying is when you see these people that have ascended to economic, educational, and social status levels that you will never ascend to, and they're the class of the people that you hate, how do you reconcile that?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't give a shit about...
Now we play stupid. Okay,
I'm not playing stupid.
Okay, allow me to translate.
Thank you.
How do you feel when you see a black man that's a successful attorney or something like that, Mr. Midnight Movie, is what he's asking.
I don't care.
You don't care?
Does it wash away with any of my beliefs? No, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. If I see somebody, I want people to be successful.
Now, you know I love you. I'm just translating. That's all.
Okay. I'm hearing you contradict, but I'm getting a lot of bubbliness.
Hang on.
And usually you're not that bubbly, Mr. Solution.
It's Victor. Hang on. Victor just signed onto a laptop, and he's signing off right now. He's putting on the bandwidth. Hold on just one second. Yeah. Yeah, he's signing off to see if it gets any better. Okay, go ahead. Try it now.
Okay. So he's saying that I contradict myself because, I should be. So what you gather from me is that I get jealous by successful blacks or minorities or whatever. That's not the case. I don't believe that. I don't know where you get that from. I'm concluded. Your mic is open. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'm asking, why don't you showcase them? Since you try to put everything in nice little neat, bigoted racial packages, why don't you compare yourself to, if you want to say black, it seems you have a hard-on for blacks and Asians and maybe even Hispanics. Why don't you compare yourself, your lack of success to, and many of them are successful, much more successful than you. Why don't you showcase them?
I don't know where you're getting that shit from.
No. Follow what I'm saying.
If I may interrupt, I don't really see Brian as unsuccessful. And maybe I just know a little bit more about... Oh, I'm sorry, I said Brian. I'm sorry, Mr. Midnight Movie. That just slipped out. I didn't mean that.
Okay.
I don't see Mr. Midnight Movie as unsuccessful in any stroke of the brush. I really don't.
And that's irrelevant. Okay. Do you think I'm jealous of blacks that are
What
successful?
I'm saying is he's always trying to, when I hear him talk about race, he's always trying to paint people, and he leaves out trailer park trash and this sort of thing. But he's always trying to paint people of color in a
black
negative
rednecks,
light.
white liberals.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. There are plenty of successful people of color, far more successful than you will ever be. Why don't you showcase some of them?
Because they're not a problem with me. They don't bother me like low-class minorities do, particularly low-class blacks.
Okay,
and
but you don't...
Hold on a second. Let me finish, please. Okay? They're not, I don't have the same kind of run-ins with them in my daily life that I do with low-class blacks. Okay,
But
you don't say low class.
I'll give you that. That's
you don't
true.
say low class.
That's true. I'm just trying to referee here a little bit. I'll give you,
You
that,
don't
Mr.
say
Midnight
low
Movie.
class, you stupid jackass. You don't say low class. You just say black.
We may have a turning point here. I believe we have a light bulb moment. You might need to think about saying lower class because that's true, and I'll give you that too. I don't like it either. I'm scared to death of them over here in Dallas. I won't go around them.
Yeah, he never says low class.
I have said low class.
Well, blacks or Hispanics or Asians. He never says low class. Now he said it then.
You're dealing in semantics, sir.
That's not semantics, you
No,
jackass.
that's not semantics, Mr. Midnight Movie, and I'm not just agreeing with him because a minute ago I disagreed with him and I agreed with you. He is true. That's not semantics. It is true.
Tomato. You know what I mean when I say it. Come
say
on.
what you mean.
Give me a break. Give me a break. To me, that is semantics. Okay.
He said, okay, we can't talk at the same time. I'm trying to talk now.
Okay, blow, please.
When you say blacks, you don't say low-class blacks. You don't say low-class Hispanics. You don't say low-class Asians. You just give them the nomenclature of the entire group. Why don't you say the low class? Because you don't make a necessary distinction. Now you can keep doing whatever you do, but I'm just pointing that out. Your points are very, very skewed. They're very biased.
Okay.
Because there are many neighborhoods of all those groups that you dislike that you couldn't fit into their neighborhood. Not because you are above them, but because you are beneath them.
Now, you have a saying that the exception proves the rule. Okay, Mr.
Now,
Solution?
what shit does that have to do with anything?
Well, no,
you don't even know when to use it.
That's such a load of crap.
You're a dumbass. You don't even know when to use the exception to the rule to prove the rule.
Are most predominantly black neighborhoods poor or wealthy?
Most
folks, I think
people,
injured in this, and you'll see. Oh,
most people in most groups are not criminals.
Didn't answer my question, but go ahead.
No, I know your question. You need to learn how to understand reality properly. Most people, and we've already agreed, and you don't even keep things in proper order. We've already agreed that it is a minuscule segment of the population that's criminal, period, of every group. And that's why I say to you, you need to give the nomenclature of the class instead of just saying the group. You're just being a bigot, kind of like an Archie Bunker, dumbass, horse's ass bigot.
Okay. Whatever. You know what? I got to take a shower and I got to. I got to go to.
That's a noble response. That's a noble response to a major social concern. Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. Oh my goodness. Whatever.
Okay.
Well, think about it at least.
So wait a minute. And I'll end on this. We had primarily a group of blacks out here in Los Angeles, basically with their hands up in the air, protesting Michael Brown, blocking traffic, and in Ferguson, blacks looting and burning stores.
And who do you think was doing that? Looting. Now, first, exercising one. See,
Latinos. Poor Latinos were doing it.
Poor
Chinese were doing it. Poor Chinese.
Allow me to say this. The way you put things together is so fucked up. Number one, you confuse. Allow me to finish. Number one, you confuse people exercising their constitutional First Amendment rights with people who are looting.
Blocking traffic?
With people who are looting. Now, the blocking traffic, okay, let's deal with that. What is that legally? I mean, were these people arrested? I mean, what was the deal with that? I'm not just talking about you didn't like it. What were the
They
legal
were on the 110 freeway with their hands in the air, protesting and blocking. They shut the freeway down.
Okay, so what were, and I'm going to ask you the question again. What were the legal implications with their doing that?
I don't know what the legal implications.
Okay.
But
That's
hold
what
on
I
a second. It was certainly against the law. Don't play your little games. What were their legal implications?
Okay, if you don't know the legal implications, wait a minute.
Okay.
If you don't know
so it's legal to block traffic.
Hold on. You just said something stupid.
How is that?
You didn't know the legal.
Stop. You're talking all over each other. Go ahead, Mr. Solution, first.
Thank you. He just said he didn't know the legal implications. And then he turned around and gave a pronouncement as to the legality of the actions that he just described, quote unquote, blocking traffic.
It's legal to block traffic, right?
I don't know. You're asking me.
That's the stupid. No, that's stupid. Now who's being stupid?
You, as usual.
Yeah.
Were they arrested?
Give me the check. Write me the check right now, you Indian giver.
Were they
Write it up.
Now, see, that's racially or ethnically insensitive. 3M, if you could stay on the point, your mind just wonders like, oh, shit. The thing of it is, were they arrested for what they did?
I'm pretty sure a lot of them were, yeah. What's
pretty sure.
So they have a right to block traffic, and they have the right to walk in the middle of the street and block traffic. Is that okay with you?
Well, let me say this.
Because I don't know the penal code.
Okay, you asked me a question and then you're going to answer it. Why don't you allow me to answer it?
Go ahead and bloviate. Go.
Okay. First of all, I don't know the legal implications, but I know streets are blocked off all the time, and they inhibit my forward progress. I just have to go around and maneuver around. So I don't know. First of all, I didn't see the incident that you're talking about. Neither you nor I know the legal implications. And I ask you, were they arrested? You didn't know that. It just seems that were you blocked? Did they obstruct your movement?
My Christmas was hampered by them. Yes.
Okay, so it's personal as opposed to criminal or even a misdemeanor. Look here, it's probably no way to satisfy you. You're probably unsatisfiable.
Write me that $50,000 check and I'll be satisfied.
Well, at least you acknowledge.
I really don't think you would be. I don't think you would be satisfied with $50,000.
Where's our money?
He might.
I want my slave reparations.
Debbie, let me ask you this, 3M. Would that be more money than you've ever seen in your lifetime?
You know what? Why don't you write me and then I'll tell you.
I'm asking you a question. Be honest. In terms of ownership, would that be the most money you had ever received in your life?
Why don't you just? You know what? When the check clears my bank account, then I'll give you an answer. Thank you. Until then. Until the ink dries and the check is cleared, you'll get my answer on that question. And I think it was for $300,000 that you were going to give me.
Okay, well, go ahead and go to bed now because you've probably exhausted yourself and your mental wits. So you've got to get up early in the morning, correct?
That is correct, and I am going to go to bed. Debbie, it was a pleasure, Mr. Solution. I hope you do. Yeah, I hope you do. Get that pen ready for that check, and you can mail it to Mr. Actually, you can fund us. We are doing a white guilt movie. You can go to MrMidnightMovie.com and you can fund our movie project.
Where are you guys on that? No, seriously, how far along are you guys? Do you have a producer? I mean, do you have a director?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
What?
Do you have
a producer?
do you have actors? I mean, what's
Well, Ben, we're gonna have Ben Vereen play your part, and no, but you can go to our site, Mr. Solution, and you can donate about $50,000 or maybe even more.
How far along do you guys have any actors? I ask you an intelligent question. Do you have any actors?
Well, this is a documentary.
I'm playing the part of Nicole Simpson Brown, and it doesn't end well. I'm joking.
Yeah, this is a documentary. But if we were going to do the story of Mr. Midnight, if we were going to have the story of Mr. Midnight Movie, Larry Elder would play you, Mr. Solution.
Well,
in
the
a bow
thing
tie.
of it is, Brian, the thing of it is, you need to stop being so fucking racially charged. You're in America. Have you ever read the statement "E pluribus unum"?
Yes, I have. From many come one.
Well, okay, you need to think on that. You need to think on a lot of things. They say a mind once stretched by an idea never returns to its original shape. I think you may counter that long-standing proverb.
You know what? Come to think of it, I might have that Tyrone from TRS to play you. I think he would be a fantastic actor.
Why are you so comical and dismissive? Why don't you realize?
Why can't I be? Because some of the things you say and do are absolutely absurd.
You raise completely stupid points, and when someone answers them, you just shift to another area. So you don't grow. You fail to grow. I mean, in intelligence, not in girth.
Anyway, I've got to take a shower and hit the hay.
You know, it's almost as if a ride's there going honk, 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 honk out in the front every time he has to get off the air.
That's right. But I'll leave on this. Like I said,
tell them about our upcoming show on the upcoming show on your website and stuff.
Yes, we are going to have an upcoming Martin Luther King show, a panel show that we will be having the 10th and the 19th.
And I wanted to invite Mr. Solution, and Mr. Midnight Movie didn't want me to. No, I'm joking.
Debbie, I've got to get to bed.
All
and
right.
Yes.
Love you. Go to bed.
The 10th and the 19th are going to be our panel shows on Martin Luther King Day. It's called Martin Luther King and White Guilt. So I thank you guys for having me, and I'm off to shower and then to bed.
Okay, have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Yeah, Debbie, it's very interesting, and I'm going to see if he... Now, I don't think I've heard him talk about the perversion of the civil rights movement, because I said to him not too long ago, we'll talk about the perversion that led to the necessity for the civil rights movement in the first place. And what happens with him is, if he can't be uneven-handed, he doesn't want to discuss an issue. In other words, if he has to present the facts evenly, he doesn't like it. And just as I said to him, well, talk about the class of people. And I gave him a clear demonstration. He doesn't want to showcase the successful people in those groups. He just wants to demonize the ones that are unsuccessful.
But I think it was a light bulb moment tonight. I really think that he kind of went, wow, I really don't do that, you know? So.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. And I know him pretty good. I honestly do. Seriously.
Okay, no. I trust you because you do tend to know him quite well. So, okay. But I will... I'll let it rest at that. That's good.
I'm going to give you the link. I'm going to give you the link on Skype to the audio that I was playing, and if you'll go to about, right before about the 50-yard line, finish listening to that about OJ. It's fascinating.
Oh yeah, I heard that guy did present some interesting.
Oh, and it gets even better than that. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, and some of these were brought out by he had a crack defense team. In fact, what did they call them? The Dream Team? Mm-hmm. Wasn't that it? The Dream Team?
Yep.
And maybe inadvertently or intentionally, you mentioned homeowners insurance, because from what I understood, it was OJ's homeowner's insurance that paid for that, paid his defense team, or at least in portion. And I think they donated some of their time too because of the high-profile nature.
Mm-hmm.
But he had the best damn defense team that you could imagine.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Are you F. Bailey? Kardashian?
Lee Bailey, yes.
Lee Bailey, Kardashian. F. Lee Bailey is
Johnny Cochran.
Johnny Cochran? Are you kidding?
And I had heard about him. I heard several other attorneys comment on him because he used to work for the DA. In fact, I think he was Ito's boss at one point.
Really?
And he was just considered a long-standing, outstanding attorney. So, you know, he just had OJ had a phenomenal defense team.
He had a dream team.
Yeah, the dream team, exactly. He had the dream team. So, I mean, with 3M, hopefully it was a light bulb moment, assuming, let's just say I hope so. And I think it's good to discuss racial issues. In fact, I listened to you guys over here, and I know Tyrone and them over there. I think it's a little bit more constructive and structured here because I think we are a little bit fairer, a little bit more even-handed over there.
They talk all over each other. It's crazy over there. It's a madhouse.
Oh, absolutely. And if you don't buy into the...
You'll get thrown off the call. You'll get kicked off the call. That's right.
It's crazy. But at least here, I think some good points were shared. And like you say, maybe, you know, there was a light bulb moment for 3M because I noticed he does that all the time. And I know that the society could not exist if you had a major portion of the people engaged in criminal activity. And it's a good thing we don't. Most of us are law-abiding.
You know, it would be interesting to find out the zip codes. And actually, Victor has a way to get to the zip codes of people that he has had, you know, the different zip codes. And that'll show you the classes in Dallas at least, so...
Now, right, because where a person lives is demonstrative of their status, their class status.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so my point has always been, if you look, no matter what class a person is born into, they can actually improve themselves. Now, some people disagree with that. I love listening to documentaries.
I don't believe that. I do not believe that. I believe in the theory that if two mice are in, just like they said on that movie, if two mice are drowning in a bucket of milk and one of them just drowns and the other one just splashes and makes a big fuss, he turns it into cheese and crawls out. And that's what I just wanted to say. I don't know if that makes sense, but no, I
get it. Yeah. I get it. So you do believe in, quote unquote, the upward mobility
absolutely
of the person who's struck. And that's regardless as to what ethnic group one is in.
Mr. Solution, when I got out of high school, after I got out of college and moved back to Dallas, I didn't move back to where I went in Dallas. I didn't move back over to that area. I moved to Plano. I got an apartment, a one-bedroom apartment in Plano, Texas, because that's where the people were that I wanted to be with. And I got a job downtown at the courthouse where all the attorneys were. I got where I wanted, and I knew what I wanted, and I got what I wanted, and I worked myself. I did it. So there you go.
Exactly. And I believe with all my being, if a person really wants to improve themselves, America is the best place to do it.
Where did you say? I missed what you said. Where is the best place to do it?
Excuse me?
Where is the best place to
America.
do it? America. Okay. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, That's why people, right? That's why people are still streaming in here. And what happens is sometimes when I speak to people, and we won't mention what station, and they will find all the reasons to tell you why they can't make it.
They're being held. The white man's holding them down, is what they say.
I mean, well, what you're doing is, look, I don't deny that there isn't some tension, some quote-unquote racial tension that was created. However, I do not believe that the persons who are the most ardent racists are omnipotent. I don't believe that they're all powerful.
No.
Or all knowing. Or everywhere at the same time.
And they don't rule this planet.
That's right. And that stuff, now, I'll acknowledge that it's wrong if people are doing that and when they're doing that. But that shouldn't hold anyone back.
I see people downtown at the bond office, and I see some of those women or those girls that are in their early 20s, and I just shake my head and I think, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know? I mean, look at what you're doing. You're down here bailing out some asshole that hold on, Audrey. You know, you're bailing out some asshole who beat the crap out of you the night before. I don't know. I don't get it. They just don't, you know?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Why aren't you taking a position? Why don't you go down to the secondhand store, buy some business suits for $3 a piece, clean yourself up, go get a job as a receptionist somewhere, get out of where you're at. I mean, it just makes me crazy.
Now, I heard exactly. I heard Tom, and this coincides with what you just said. Tom Likas said that a person is being paid exactly what they're worth. When he said, and he says it multiple times, and a lot of people don't believe that, but that is true. You are being paid what you're worth, and if you want more, you have to do more. And you know, how many good things can be said about opportunities in the U.S.? Not enough. And so people who tell me that, well, you're the exception, I say bullshit. You're the fool.
Bingo.
And that's just not true. There can be hordes of exceptions. All you have to do is get out there and apply yourself. And a lot of times people who say that you're the exception, I look at them, well, how did you make it? Well, you know, and it's just this stupid talk. It's this, you know, one guy called it, I think it was Sarge, the race industrial complex. And a lot of people benefit off that, race hustlers. I think Larry Elder is one. I think, what's his name? And that guy is a doofus. The one that 3M, in fact, most of the people he references are doofuses. Jared Taylor. Have you ever listened to Jared Taylor?
No, not really. I mean, I have and I haven't.
If you look at him, if you just watch him, he seems mentally challenged. I mean, he's a very angry person, but he definitely seems mentally stunted and mentally challenged. And I don't mean this except to apply to him. He definitely has a mental challenge and probably, you know, moral and other challenges. And he tries to use a race as a scapegoat. And but he's definitely, something is wrong with that guy. And like I said, I think he graduated from Princeton, and they don't want anything to do with him. That's his alma mater. And they won't allow him to speak there or anything. And 3M and I were hashing that. And 3M has gotten a little bit, I'm going to listen to him and see if he's really changed. But I know he could understand the simple things that are being said. But they seem to escape him. He acts as if that's why he'll shift to another subject instead of just answering that subject. That's honesty. Like with his atheism. Instead of saying, well, I don't have a moral ground to stand on from an atheistic standpoint, so I have to borrow from religion. which is exactly what he does.
Yeah, but he's getting better.
Okay.
Don't you think so? I mean, comparatively speaking, don't you think he's getting better?
Well, I think with you as his handler, he appears to be getting better.
Handler.
And JP, by the way, JP is a little bit sneaky and furtive and that sort of thing, clandestine. But yeah, I think you have a great power and ability to really rein those guys in. So overall, that's a good thing, but because they will bring up things that they're upset and angry about. Now, with that article that you brought up, and I was trying to give a, if you can still hear me, yeah, I was trying to give a comprehensive overview to that article. And like I say, what it left out was the class of those people. Mm-hmm. That is so crucial to get the class. Because, again, if you would look at the upper crust of every group, and I'm going to start even with lower middle class, lower middle, middle, you know how they break it up, upper middle, and then lower upper, middle, upper, and upper, all those different class distinctions, which refers to one's assets. It refers to your assets. And it refers to one's mental accomplishments also. Because I think one cannot leave the educational aspect and just the wisdom, the knowledge that has gone before to create the money, to accumulate the money. Mm-hmm. But you won't find very many poor people they may do one stupid thing, and if they get, snatched by the police, they generally learn their lessons, and they don't repeat that bullshit. So the word recidivism, I heard you were dealing with that earlier, mm-hmm. and yeah, I couldn't say anything because I was so famished I was eating. But what I'm saying is the upper classes do not commit recidivism.
Hell no, they learn their lesson. And besides that, they've got elders in their family. And I do blame a lot of the problems in the lower class black communities, and for that matter, the white, whatever, the lack of the father in the home. That's true.
Well, yeah, but you can blame the government for that because
we know that. But I'm just saying you can't, the tail's not wagging the dog. The fact is there's no dad there, and so they run a little bit rampant. I mean, if they had a strong father there that was busting ass, maybe they wouldn't do some of the things that they do.
Oh, absolutely. Let me just join with you or concur with you. Absolutely, that's true. However, the government ensures that there will be no dad there.
Oh, yeah. They make it easy. Make it very comfortable.
Right. It supports the women in having illegitimate children and having bastard children.
That's right.
And they tend to be fodder for the prison industrial complex. So, but to break out of that cycle, it does take a special person. Because to live welfare, I think once you get in that culture, regardless of what ethnicity you are, it may be a little bit difficult to get out of it, but it's worth it to get the hell out of it. Because you live in shitty neighborhoods, you live with other people you can't stand. And take, for example, although 3M could never afford to live in the community that I do, but let's just say, I don't know, somebody won the lottery or he won the lottery, and he became my next door neighbor. How long do you think it would take me to skedaddle? Can we say within the week?
Well, I'm not saying this. Yeah, probably. I'm not saying this about Mr. Midnight Movie, but some people you can't give a lot of money to. They'll waste it and blow it. I mean, when my father died, this is a little bit personal. When my father died, my brother and I both got an inheritance. Well, my brother just decided he was just going to quit work and just kick up, and boy, he was rich. He was rich. I put mine back into our company and stayed at work. So, I mean, whatever. But people are different mindsets. Some people are just lazy.
Now, you know what?
Complacent.
I hear what you're saying. Now, I love these. These are the kind of, you remember old FDR, the fireside chats?
You and Victor in those fireside chats.
Yeah, these are the wisdom conversations, very worthy of having. Now, this is a double whammy on, and I don't know you. I guess, are you saying your brother is a different class than you? Maybe you are.
That would be correct.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's what I...
And I've told you before that anytime we ride around together, he'll see somebody driving a Mercedes. He'll go, prick. I could have done that. I could have done that. You know, I could have been that. It's always, I coulda. Well, why didn't you is what I say. You know, anyway. But.
And he just gives you that unsolicited?
Yeah. Prick.
Okay.
Look at that prick. Fag. Sorry.
That's a real whammy. Now, look at what you just did. Now, you, on the one hand, we're saying the most difficult thing for most people to achieve is money. But on the other hand, you're saying these very people who don't have it, if they come into it, they'll wreck their lives. Correct?
I do believe that, yes. I believe they become just crazy rich all of a sudden, and they just decide that they're just going to buy this and this and that. They don't look at it in long term. They don't make security and investments and put it away and just like, oh damn, I'm going to go and get this and that, and I bought my wife this and my son that, and blah blah. You know, they just go crazy with it, and they just, again, foolish decisions.
Right.
They say that for every failed person at the age, if you start out with 100 men and you track them throughout their lives, by the time they reach 65, something like 70% of them will be impoverished. Such and such percent of them will be this. And it's an amazing study that I read one time, and I don't remember the details of it, but it was pretty fascinating. And only 5 of those men were able to retire and live off their savings. Now, that's scary, Mr. Sin. There was no race involved or anything. That was scary. I don't remember where I read that, but I'd like to find that sometime and show that to people. But that was pretty scary.
Well, I wish you would. There are a lot of journals. I know I read one. I listened to a lot of CFPs, Certified Financial Planners. And they talk about, I know this was true before the Great Recession, that only 2% of people who retire were able to maintain their pre-retirement lifestyle. And the rest of them, the great majority, had to depend on family and friends and even continue working or go back to work, take a part-time job. But now, when I talk to, and I talk to different groups. I move in and out in between the various ethnicities. And I noticed that in the conversation with you guys, I don't hear the screaming problems, say, that they're discussing on TRS. I don't hear the same social problems, nor do I see the same level of economic deprivation, i.e. the class difference. But now with 3M, I do sense that a lot of his problems are financially related. Because how long would you or I stay in a place that was disagreeable to us? We would, first of all, do the best we could to change it. And if we couldn't change it, we would beat feet. We would get the hell out of there. And it seems to me that he doesn't do either well. He can't change it, and he can't change his location. Does that appear to be the case to you?
Maybe he doesn't want to.
Well, his complaint depicts that he wants some sort of relief just listening to him. But I'm just wondering, see...
And that's the argument I have with my brother. I say to David, we'll take him to the Four Seasons, and he'll have a nice weekend, and he'll, wow, this is great, wow. And I'm like, I think to myself, you know, why don't you want to, because David has the propensity to better himself, but he's lazy. He finds it more easy to kick his feet up and just get by on love, whatever.
I think, Debbie, you've hit on it, and regardless as to what people say, I think that's the problem with most people. Either they're mentally and or physically lazy, and they would prefer to complain than to do something about it. You don't. What am I complaining about? That's one of the things when I go into an argument. I explain I don't have a beef. I don't have a beef.
I don't have a beef.
And probably even if I did, I wouldn't bring it. I wouldn't bring it to this group.
We both said the same thing.
I wouldn't bring it to that group's attention. Because
we both said the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, because one of the things about being a problem solver, one knows where to take their problem to get it solved.
Let me end with this. Speaking of problems getting solved, think of 100 men standing in a circle, and you give a sword to number one. Number one kills number two. Okay? Which number would survive out of that? And the answer, think about that while you're riding your back, and the answer should come to you pretty quick. And the next time we talk, I'll remember to ask you what your answer is on that.
I have the answer, and we'll do it next time. Now, before you sign off, let me know have you gotten a time for the science religion debate?
I still haven't heard back from him, but if I don't hear back from him, I'm going to get somebody else. So.
Okay, well, I'm just checking. Okay. All right, well, you have a great night, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, Mr. Solution. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, that's it. And then there was one. Think about this, people. You have a group of men in a circle, and you give a sword to number one. Who would survive? If you told one to kill two, then three to kill four, and five, and so on, and so on, and so on. Who would survive? Okay? And I think the answer will startle you. It's pretty interesting. But once you get the answer, once you've been made aware of the answer, you're like, wow, that's pretty, that's exactly right. That's exactly the way it would answer. I mean, that's exactly the way it would be. It's known as, anyway, I won't tell you what that is. But think about that. Think about that. So, anyway, I had a cool little show going here earlier before everybody called in. I think I'll go back and see where we are on this. Wait.
Amos and Andy skits. They're going, oh, well, I'm a shark. They were doing, and I was like, man, they're going to get killed for this. And they did.
And?
They did. They got, the one angry Jew did
playing this because of Steve. Steve had a bad weekend. He had a death in the family of a little bitty, tiny little baby. Very, very sad. And I went over. I just happened to find a show online that I thought would humble herself for 5 minutes and talk to me. And she didn't. She continued to call me the dumpster and this, that, and the other. So I decided I am done with that person, and even accused me of lying about the death of this tiny little infant. So I decided to say, that's it. I'm done with you. I don't care what happens to you. So this is for Steve. It's about another, 204 minus 116. It's about another, I don't know. I can't do math.
Show called, are you ready for this? It's called Verite. Debbie Daly, the Skype assholes. Jane, the black conservative. Or the next one on December the 25th, on Christmas Day of 2010, Debbie Daly. pseudologia. How do you say that? Pseudologia?
I'm not sure.
Pseudologia, Fantastica, and other mental maladies on Blog Talk Radio. Or there's All Jew all the time. We are going to psychologically examine Debbie Daly.
Impossible.
Those were the fun days.
They were. They really were. And it goes a little something like this. I'm having trouble with my stream over here from one computer to another. You know, I've got it hooked up to the other Macintosh over there, trying to pick up on a stream, and it's kind of dropping and rebuffering and acting
You got all your windows closed as much as possible.
Speaking of Macintosh.
Uh-oh, sorry. What about it?
I have a brand new Macintosh on its way tomorrow.
Okay, how did you get it? Or did you buy it?
Are you ready for this? This is my third replacement under AppleCare.
Did your screen go out?
Did 2 weeks ago. Fix that.
Can I get a new one because see, my screen went out on my laptop.
Well, is it out of AppleCare coverage?
Yeah, it expired.
Yeah, that's a tough one. This is the 27-inch iMac, and the screens sort of look watermarked. It's really strange.
That's what mine does. But they love me. They love me there.
I'm told this is all fixed in the new design.
Did you ever apply to be Did you ever apply to be an on-call genius?
You don't have to do that though.
You don't have time to do that anyway.
I could do it. So I paid $400. I upgraded it to a Fusion drive, and I went to the next level, the next one up, and got a bigger processor and more video memory. So for $400, it's going to cost me more $400 because I still got to buy more RAM. It's only coming with 8 gigabytes of RAM, which is nothing.
Right. Can you imagine how people do not use Macintosh computers? I don't see how they do it.
Well, they're expensive. The money that I just paid to upgrade it would buy me a whole new computer at Dell.
Yeah, but the thing about it is in 1 week it's going to be shot to hell because of the viruses you get on the internet.
I don't know. I have two HPs in front of me, and they've never had a virus.
I'm going to try to play Jew's show right now. Here he goes. Here's a little bit of the One Angry Jew show when he was on Blog Talk Radio. I think it's buffering. I'm having trouble going from computer.
Because he never stops. He never stops long enough for you to jump in. I think he has mastered the ability. Look, I've done public speaking. I've publicly spoken in front of 5,000-6,000 people, and it's enjoyable.
And I've actually been there in the audience when he spoke. Let me ask you something. How's your new show called? What is it called? Don't tell me. Not Brain Salad.
Empty Head Radio. I haven't done anything with it in quite a while.
You didn't get much of a group coming to that, did you?
Well, who wants to come to Empty Head Radio and be the star?
You want to hear the first show I ever did in my life on Blog Talk Radio from July 30th of 2008?
Yeah,
I'll play you the first part. Check it out.
It certainly supersedes me.
July 30th, 2000.
Sounds exactly like
Let me go back.
Texas. I live in Texas, currently in Texas, and I am approximately 40 years old. I live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and I guess I'm a mother of 2. Been married to the same person for 1,000,000 years, and that's a little bit about me. Let's just get right down to it. EVP. The reason that I decided to do a quick show about EVP is that...
So how long ago, let's say it's July 30th of 2014, how many years is that?
Too long.
That's, let's see, 2008.
6.
No, that'd be
6 years, almost 6
2010,
years.
2011, 2012, 2013. Yeah, 6 years I've been doing podcasting. Yep. Well, of course, I quit for 9 months one time, and then I quit it again for about 6. I quit sometimes, but there you have it. Proof positive that we were On Blog Talk Radio. I don't have any of your shows, Steve. The Rabbit Hole?
Well,
remember?
yeah, you don't. No, you don't need those.
You were
Save
on
yourself
my
the
show.
problems.
You were on my show all the time. Listen to this from. This is one
You don't
from.
have any recordings.
This is from 2011. Oh, you want to hear me and Todd Morris of Prankville cracking up laughing, literally dying laughing? It's hysterical. We were
That
like,
idiot is over. It's over there right now.
and we are best friends. We were best friends. Watch, we were losing it. We would laugh.
The boy had called into Vincent DeBay's show. Well, he three-wayed Vince onto the network, and then just to be a jerk, I'm setting this up, okay? And just to be a jerk, Nature Boy just kicks Vince off the show. Now, I'll see if I can get it. Wasn't it right towards the end, Nature Boy?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Okay, I'll see if I can find it real quick. Okay.
Oh my God!
75 of them that are.
Yeah, and you
Y'all
got
don't even know
200
about this.
listeners.
Y'all don't even know about this.
I went backwards a wee bit.
How long would it take you to be here on the tarmac, Steve?
It should be. I can get there in less than 3 hours.
All right, I'll wait.
Okay. It
Now,
takes me 4.
I am fit to be tied, Jake. My hairdresser came over today and spent 6.5 hours foiling my hair.
What? Again?
Well, yeah, the other night all she did was she just put dark hair color over the whole thing, but she's so nervous about...
There's the beast herself, just ruining people's lives right and left.
You destroyer of
I'm a
dreams.
horrible person. I'm an animal. The witch in the woods of hatred. So,
This is
Jude,
when I was on a show with you and Jake. Yeah.
we have to talk to our
Well,
guests.
angry Jew,
We have
sir.
to
I
talk
just
to
like
our
to throw you a quick
guests.
compliment, man.
What about?
You did some show. You did a show with Debbie. I was listening. I was at work, and I have it on the. I have the app on my phone.
Everybody loves that show,
Man,
Jew.
You really do a great show with Debbie, man.
Why?
In all
Why?
honesty, you really do.
Something must have came together. The cards must have come together that night, or the stars must have aligned because everybody. That's not the only person that says that. Vincent DeBay was quoted one time saying, and I quote, "When I listen to Debbie and the Jew, it's the only time I feel that I'm listening to real talk radio." That's a quote. Nothing against you, Steve.
Talent. It's talent complementing talent.
Yeah, but let's psychoanalyze Debbie Daly and other miscreants of Blog Talk Radio. He hated me.
Oh, yeah.
Ow, ow, ow. Oh, yeah, we did a
Think about
show.
it, though.
What?
How future oriented was that?
Yeah, that one you picked it pretty close.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know,
Just about everybody on Blog Talk has been a psycho. of some
easy friend is always easy foe, and I think it's always the opposite. Easy foe turns out to be good friend. Because we started out as enemies.
You yelled at me.
I hated your guts.
Yeah, you yelled at me right off.
He called into my show one night and he goes, "Hi, I'm the one angry Jew." And I go, "You're a troll." Nah, nah, nah.
I couldn't stand him. I thought he was an egocentric son of a bitch. I did.
Oh, you're right. I am.
He is an egocentric son of a bitch.
Yeah, but I've come to realize that this is who he is, and he's just a smart guy, and he really gets it. So
He's a puppy dog.
I've come to learn that he's much more than that. So
He's a puppy. Yeah, he is. He's a puppy dog. I was talking on that night. I was talking about something ridiculous, and then it says, "And the Jew calls in." It was John Wiley Price. And the Jew calls in. Yeah, you called in because he always calls in just randomly. Sometimes whenever.
Yes.
Yeah, he's very random.
Yeah, it is very random.
Very random. So you go over to her show, and they're over there jumping around like wild monkeys, all hating me and everything, right?
No, well, yeah, in the chat room, but I went over to Spreaker to see if the Jewish producer was over there, Mr. Midnight Movie. But hers was the first show that I saw on the list, so I clicked on it. It still takes me 8 minutes after clicking on the play button for the sound to start.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
Wow.
get it.
How
And
long?
I still can't get Blog Talk Radio to render properly in Chrome. I have to do it in. I want the
Firefox.
chat room to come up. I have to do it in Safari.
See, I have to
No,
do
I
it in
won't use
Firefox.
Firefox anymore.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because they threw out their CEO because he was a conservative. So fuck him.
That's why?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I got a call from Google today thinking about that. They wanted to interview me about my business. And I said, well, you guys know too much already. I said, why should I tell you any more?
Right.
And she started giving me reasons. And I said, well, let me cut to the chase on here. What's in it for me? She says, well, would Google give you a badge or something like that? I said, what am I, a trained animal? I said, a badge? I said, are you kidding me? I said, but why should I give you any information? You have too much information as it is. Your CEO Schmidt is an evil liberal bastard who loves Obama and probably helped the NSA get into everybody's data, even though he claims, they're not for that. I don't believe that for 1 second.
Me neither.
And why should I give you information? And why would anybody in their right minds give you information? You glean enough information as
They
it is.
get it anyway. They don't need to ask you.
Right.
Every fucking keystroke that you do, they know.
They wanted to know about Google apps for domains, which used to be free. In the very beginning, you used to be able to get as many users as you wanted. And that was a good deal because now you can't get it for free at all. And if you want to set up users for your company, I think it's $50 a year per user. So I've got lots of domains that have at least 10 users available. I don't even need that many. One of the good things about using Google as a email is they have really good spam filters.
Yeah.
So if you have a domain as I do, which is almost 15 years old.
I'm trolling you in my chat room, Jew.
I'll have to look. I was just getting free socks over at Thorlo. Did you see that link I put in there?
Is that what it is? Really?
Thorlo socks are really good. Yeah, for the shipping, they'll send you a pair of socks for free today.
Are you serious?
I don't know why. Yeah, I just bought the ones for hiking. I'm hoping I can use them in my rollerblades.
We
so
have
don't
some
get
of
blisters.
those. Victor has some of those. Steven wears them. So you can just pay.
Thorlos are, they're like $15 socks.
You pay the $4.95 and you get free socks?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but I can't figure it out. I answered all the questions, and then when it came at the end, it says they're sending me light hiking socks, color navy heather, men's shoe size 9 to 12, women's 10.5 to 13.
Wow.
I guess that's right.
That's a big foot for a
For a woman? Well, I have a size 10 foot, so.
I wear a size 7, and you said 10 to 13 in women's? Oh,
Yeah.
I think sock sizes aren't like shoe sizes.
No, they're a little different.
Yeah, it's like different.
The shoe sizes are different.
Like in panties, I wear a 6, and then in jeans, I wear a 6. Usually in panties and jeans, it goes in Texas we call them.
At this point, I would have asked Snake what size panties he wears.
Oh, I think he probably wears a thong. That's all my daughter and I wear.
Pictures of him. That's a scary thought.
I don't own a pair of panties.
Sleep well.
I don't own a pair of panties.
Issues.
What's going on?
What? What did you say?
The boy is.
Oh yeah, how's he doing?
He's been. He was sent home by the school nurse on Monday. He was complained about allergies. I call them allergies. He complained about a scratchy throat yesterday, and I got a call from the school nurse again today. And as it turns out, it's not allergies. He's making. He's saying that it's allergies.
He's figured out Daddy will come get him, right?
To the nurse. Yeah, but the reason that he wants me to come get him is because there's something spreading in this one class that he's taking. I said, well, what do you mean spreading? Like a disease? Well, I don't really know. I had a long talk with him. I just recorded it for his teacher, and he went to the school counselor today. So you know the dangers in that are always, or you never know how that's going to go.
They have to record it. You force them to record anything that counselor says to him. So, just saying.
I'm not too worried about it. They realize this is all school related. It's got something to do. It's got something that's going on at school, but it's very hard to describe. And he keeps talking about this thing that's spreading. So, well, can you see it? No, you can't see it. Well,
is it a rumor? A rumor? A rumor can spread?
No,
okay.
As if it's. He's never seen the movie Poltergeist, but I'm almost ready to get a Catholic priest and go in there and exorcise the classroom.
Jeez.
Wow.
Maybe he's being bullied and he's just trying to find another way to phrase it.
No, he's manifesting this as a physical. He says he starts crying and his throat hurts. There's something
Do you have any symptoms
going
like
on
rashing or anything, or I mean, what else? It's got
No.
no indicators.
No. He's got this. He gets himself all upset, and this is all about some reading class. This is the part where they sit down and they read quietly. So I'm not sure. They're going to have to figure out what's going on out there. I don't know if it has anything
Okay,
to do
can I
with
tell
the
you?
quiet staff at all.
Can I tell you what it is? And I know I'm right. I've seen this too many times. Hold on.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Jew calls me and we talk about child rearing and stuff. There's somebody in that class. There's something going on in that class. There's either a little girl or a little boy. There's something going on that's causing him to be extremely uncomfortable. Either somebody's flirting, like, making goo-goos. Something is going on in that class that he's manifesting a reason to come home, because Stephen did the same thing.
Yeah, they're in agreement with that. They think the same thing. They don't know what's going on.
Okay, do this. Listen.
They don't.
Ask the teacher, can you come in and secretly sit at the back of the class during that class without him knowing you're in there, and sit back there and
How would I
watch?
secretly sit back there?
Well, you can come in before he
I'm
comes.
the one angry Jew. You might as well
that's
march
true.
your brass band through there.
You're going to have to go in there and sit in, Jew. You're going to have to. They can get you in there some way.
They can figure it out. They're attuned to something's going on at school. They know it's not external, because he comes to school fine, and after he's been at school for 2 hours, and he gets into this one class.
It could be, it could be somebody sitting in front of him with shampoo on their hair, or something that's causing an allergic. It could be the books or something that's causing an allergic reaction. It could be the perfume.
I've been giving him Zyrtec in the morning. That has had no effect. So I'm not sure that he's having it. And today it rained. It rained since last night. It rained all night and all day.
That's good, though. It knocks all the pollen out of the air.
Right. There's no way that there's any allergic. It's not coming from the outside.
So he has none of these symptoms at home.
School.
None of these symptoms at home. It's only at school. It must be anxiety. There's something that's causing this kid, this child, to get anxiety.
Yes, it did have the same thing happen in karate last week, and now he doesn't want to go to karate. He also doesn't want to go to school. He says, I'm allergic to school. I don't want to go to school.
Okay, here's what you can do. When that happened to Heather, I went to the store and I bought some Tums, which are nothing more than a calcium pill. And she used to tell me every day that her stomach hurt when she got the first period. The nurse would call me, I've got Heather in the clinic. And I told her, gosh, that these were her magic tummy pills. And I had a long talk with her. She was like 6 years old. And every day she would take one, give him a baby, like something, a mint, one of those square mints, and tell him, Jonathan, you won't believe this. I talked to this person last night. I went to the store and I got this medicine for you. And it is going to make...
I'm doing something like that.
It's called what is that called? A pseudo?
He's alluded to the fact that it may be possible that if the classroom was cleaned properly, that the thing that spreads might go away.
You could tell him that these pills will help his immune system to where nothing bothers him in that class, and watch it work. You know what I mean?
It very well could.
I was going to tell him that that they had the classroom specially cleaned to get rid of things that spread.
But he has none of these symptoms in any other class. It's just this one particular class, correct?
Well, he's in the same classroom all day. He's in first grade. So, but it's just they go into different modules during the day, and it's the same module. It's this, they call it SSR, silent something reading.
It's anxiety. I'm going to go with anxiety. Is it after lunch
Yeah,
that he
it is
has this? Or
No. No, it's before lunch. It is anxiety.
Okay.
But he's already.
But he doesn't
admitted
display
that
any of these.
If he's.
Did I lose you both?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, y'all just quit talking. Now, what were you
No,
saying?
He's well, Steve said something and then got clipped. He says.
I think Skype is jumpy a little bit.
This
Sorry.
happens about 2 hours into school. This happens 2 hours into school. So he's fine when he's dropped off. And he's full of Zyrtec, too. So it's not an allergy. And he's been complaining about this sore throat thing that comes and goes. And I thought it was just an allergy, but now I'm not so sure.
Well, let's look at it like this. Let's look at it realistically speaking. The baby's got that right now. He walks around all the time coughing and sneezing. Maybe after 2 hours.
He's not sneezing or coughing. He's not even congested.
But if you give him the Zyrtec and he's fine, maybe the Zyrtec is wearing off and he's having.
No, I give him the Zyrtec in the morning, and then 2 hours later,
it wears
he's in
off.
the nurse's office. So it's not wearing off in 2 hours. It's a 24-hour dose.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's not an allergy.
It's a manifestation of something else that's going on.
Yeah, this is not an allergy. Now, he did climb a bathroom wall almost to the ceiling, and some idiot kid grabbed him by the leg and tried to pull him down and ended up pulling him down on his face. One of his friends, he likes the kid, but ended up pulling him down on his face, and he split his chin open. That was 2.5 weeks ago. So you ought to think that's got something to do with it.
Is that kid in the same class that he's having the issues with?
Yeah.
And when did this start? When did this start?
2.5 weeks ago.
There you go.
About 2 weeks.
There you go.
There you go. That'll be $25. I'm joking.
Well, and he's doing the same thing in karate.
He may feel embarrassed.
He
may feel,
in the face in karate. He doesn't like it when they spar. I don't know.
Nobody does. No. Steven was fine in Golden Gloves until it came time to spar, and then it was like no fun because they were hitting the shit out. It was hurting, you know. You know what I mean?
They're not to that point. It's really light stuff, and they don't match him up with the biggest kid in there. Usually, they match him up with a girl his size.
God, he's the most beautiful child you've ever seen in your life, Steve. He's beautiful.
There's a monster girl in that class. I think she's 11 years old. She's bigger than me.
He is one of those kids that's like a superstar. He is like amazingly gorgeous, amazingly loves his father, and smarter than all three of us put together. He was reading at age 5. Big thing. I heard him. He read to me live on the show, live on my phone call one night when Jew and I were talking. He goes, "The Los Angeles Dodgers have always clinched the pennant when they went to the Super Bowl." And I was going, God, he was 5 years old.
But he's not reading. He's not reading like that now. Now it's smooth. Now he's reading.
But he was
He's reading
5,
at
is what
third
I'm
grade
saying.
level easily.
He was 5. He wasn't even in school, Steve, and he was reading.
That's great. That's great.
Did you take away the iPad? And did you get the Wii?
I bought him. I bought him
the Wii thingy.
I bought him a subscription. It's $10 a month. It's for. It's called Epic. The website is Get Epic.
Right, I know what
it's
it is.
It's an all-you-can-read book site for kids for the iPad.
Right.
He likes it because there's lots of things on the topics he likes. I don't know how many thousands of books are in there, but it's sort of like a Netflix for books.
It's pretty cool.
So I have to
for a kid.
Yeah, I have to either take away Hulu and YouTube, because I can't monitor YouTube. I can't modify YouTube so he can't see things. And on Hulu, he goes and he watches South Park. And I went and looked at South Park. South Park had a whole thing. There was a whole episode about going to the school nurse and shooting, giving the girls the.
Jew, I'm going to interrupt you and tell you. Jew, I'm going to interrupt you and tell you. I told you if you let that kid go back, I'm going to fly up there and I'm going to kill you. He's too young to be watching South Park.
I understand that.
Well, make him stop watching it.
I keep telling him, no, I'm going to take the thing away from him. What else am I going to do? I can't modify Hulu and say, okay, he can only watch this portion, but not that portion. I can sort of do that with
You can
Netflix.
hear South Park, and you're always within ear distance, I'm sure. You tell him this, that Aunt Debbie said the next time.
He watches things and he turns the volume down.
Well, you watch his history, and you tell him the next time he's caught watching it, it's gone for a month.
Yeah, that's a great way to do it.
Little boys have to be threatened. Little girls don't. Little girls just say, Heather, don't do that. Little boys, you have to say, don't do that. And if you do, blah, 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 blah. They have to know the consequence. I've raised enough of them to know. You tell him, say, Daddy says it's too old. It's too much.
Do it by putting
it will influence
an age
him.
restriction on there, but it depends, because you do an age restriction and a lot of the games that are okay disappear.
That's true.
Well,
it's very difficult on an iPad to properly monitor and control what they see, because he's smart enough. He knows he'll have the volume way down where he can hear it, and I just barely catch it, but I'm pretty good. I can tell Cartman from 100 feet away, so I'll turn around like, "What are you watching?" Hulu. Yeah. Well, what are you watching on Hulu? South Park, and he'll quickly go to something else, and I'll say, "I'll pull that kind of crap. I already know where that's going."
Yeah.
But I don't think that's what's going on at school. I don't think that has anything to do with that. He also loves to watch these British idiots who they're adults who do nothing but play Grand Theft Auto or play Minecraft, and then they narrate what they're doing, and they're always yelling in that annoying British accent. And he loves that stuff. He could watch it for hours on end.
We've talked about this.
He could watch it he watches it until the battery.
Okay, take a listen to what he's watching.
So I told him
Look,
that I haven't.
Y'all just take a listen. Hold on. Here comes just a little bit of South Park. This is what his 6-year-old is watching.
No, it's terrible. I never knew that South Park cursed. I was watching on TV.
Here we go. What, Victor? I'm going to force the Jew to listen to this.
Well, I hear it all the
We will
time
be
anyway.
fighting
I
the
already know
greatest
it's
battle of our young, hot lives, Black Friday. Everyone who wants to get PS4s join with us.
Tom, the South Park Mall says they've beefed up security.
You have a strong influence over the rest of the men, Lady McCormick.
You can't die! We thought you should see this.
What would they do on Game of Thrones? What would they do when things look their darkest?
Well, anyway, it's rugged. It's horrible. Look at the cows. They're going into that.
But he laughs his little ass off at
It's
that.
hysterical.
He gets the jokes.
I understand that.
To him.
It's
hysterical.
He laughs
I
himself
get it.
silly. 7, but he laughs himself silly.
7.
It is hysterical.
He gets the jokes.
Yes, you're right, Debbie. It is hysterical, sweetie pie. Is this my show, Dodo Head?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we sound like. Let's take a listen. It's going to do the Debbie Daily intro.
Couldn't load the shows.
Why can't I hear anything? It is
Who
hysterical.
are these jokes?
Yes, you're right, Debbie. It is hysterical. Who's who?
Who are these horrible people that write in such small letters on these electronics so that you can't even tell what it is?
I don't know. Zoom, zoom, zoom is all you got to do. It's crazy.
Zoom that
I'd take a picture of it with my phone and then blow it up.
Here we go. I have to make a phone call. Can y'all handle this for a second?
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably.
Okay.
Probably.
This thing is not even outputting 1 amp. What a disappointment.
What is that?
I have a Kindle, and it turns out it's broken. It won't charge.
Oh, okay.
So
now, in listening to what you had said with your child, your 7-year-old, because I had a boy too, went through the same things, same anxieties. When he was confronted with something that he didn't like, and that would manifest into other issues that would semi be related to something similar. So I'm thinking that situation in the bathroom where he got pulled down and he hurt himself, and then he's with that kid, obviously maybe all day long, but maybe closer to him. And then where you say he goes to, what? Yeah, he had stitches, you said? I didn't hear you. I apologize.
Almost got stitches. He almost got them. They were able to use that butterfly or the strips. They were able to use the strips to keep it closed, and they didn't have to stitch it up. It wasn't that deep.
I mean, that's pretty traumatic for a 7-year-old. That's really traumatic. And if you think, his friend may have been playing. Yeah, I mean, but if he thinks his friend is playing, in the back of his mind, maybe he doesn't really think that way. And if the time frame you gave would certainly lie perfectly in what's going on today.
Yeah, I've told them that I think that has something to do with it. I'm not sure whether it does or it doesn't. It's difficult to tell because I don't know what goes on in the classroom. They don't let you in there because, of course, the schools are prisons.
Of course. Absolutely.
You're never allowed in. Well, you're allowed in the front door. They operate like a prison.
I think there's some good reasons there. You don't want parents walking in, because there's some parents are completely nuts, as you well know.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Deal with them parking every morning when I drop them off.
I remember hearing you talk about that.
Yeah, you get these people that take up 3 spots where 3 cars could park. They'll take up the spot lengthwise, and I look at them and I say, "What's wrong with you?" And they go, "What do you mean?" Yeah. I say, "I'm looking for a place to park, but you've taken up 2 spots in the way you park." I said, "Do you not know how to drive, or do you have some kind of spatial difficulty?" Of course, you say things like that to people, and that makes them wonder, wow, do I have a spatial difficulty? I wonder
what does that even mean? I might.
I know it. I know it's good, though, because I like asking questions like that, because it does make them think. Or at least it stops them. They sort of move in a different direction. Sort of like interrupting a cat or something, or a dog that's chewing on your furniture or your shoes.
Yeah, they're like, what the? Wait, hold on a second. You may have insulted me, maybe not. Let me think about this.
Hello?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what I do.
Hello.
I jew them even when I drop them off.
Please acknowledge the show host when she returns, at least.
Okay, I'm doing the Karnak.
Oh, okay.
So I think I'm going to get another pair of these socks and send them to my P.O. box.
You want some free socks, Victor?
Well, you got to pay shipping, but it's a good deal. $5 for a pair of Thorlos. They last forever.
God, what is wrong with this microphone? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Why am I saying I'm sorry? It's my show.
All
right, I got it all fixed. So I thought we might.
My new Macintosh comes tomorrow. My new Mac.
I know. I thought we might have.
You're excited.
Guys, hang on now. Hold on. I'm trying to do something here. This is called a forward motion in the show.
I'm excited to spend another $600.
That's weird. I thought we might take a request off the request line and play a song that we get requested frequently, because the banter has been going on too long and it's even beginning to bore myself. So, not y'all, but just me. You know what I mean?
Let's do it. Is this K-Suck, or are we just going to open up it up? Let's open it up.
I just thought we would play a song and I would let the Jew pick it. And I know it's going to be something from the 60s, like, do you know the way to San Jose? I've got a... So, or a show tune. He listens to show tunes. So anything you want to hear, I will play. And I mean anything. Just name it.
I was... play anything from Wicked.
Oh, no. You're so gay. You're so gay. Okay.
Please find the show
From
song.
I was
Wicked.
coming out of town last night at 4 o'clock in the morning, singing show tunes, and
Here comes Wicked, Defying Gravity.
that's a good one.
That's a good one, he says.
That's a good one.
From the Gay Jew,
We have a
tonight
winner.
on the Debbie Daily Show, we have a commercial
Our
first.
story begins
Oh, I
here
wish I had.
at Burger King.
Burger
where
King.
10 years
Here we go. Quiet on the set.
Elphaba, why couldn't you have stayed calm for once instead of flying off the handle? I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy now. I hope you're happy how you hurt your cause forever. I hope you think you're clever. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy too. I hope you're proud how you would grovel in submission to feed your own ambition. So the
Jew, are you over there mouthing the words to this? I can see him in his chair going, I hope you're happy.
Yes.
Arms are flailing around.
all you ever wanted. I know.
Was that the girl in Little Mermaid?
Not sure.
Oh, okay.
That's Indira Menzel.
Wanted anymore.
She is the most sought-out singer on the circuit. You know what they paid her to do Frozen, that one song?
She
Quarter
has
of a million.
huge mouth.
$250,000.
Through with playing by the rules of someone else's game.
She did The Little
Too
Mermaid,
late for second guessing.
and she was
Too late to go back
Aladdin,
to
the girl in Aladdin.
sleep. It's time to trust my instincts. Close my eyes and leap. It's time to try to find gravity. I think I'll try.
Have you heard from Frozen, Do You Want to Build a Snowman? Have you heard that? It's a show tune, exactly. It's sort of like
Feel free to play it.
Do you want to build a snowman? Do you want to build a snowman? Oh, it's like Heather's favorite song and the baby's favorite song. She has a sister that...
I wish I had gotten.
What?
I wish I had gotten into Broadway.
You could still do that. Okay, listen to me. She has a sister that suddenly everything she touches freezes. And she misses her and she's knocking on the door and it goes from little to big. Do you want to go outside and build a snowman? Okay, so here it comes. Do you want to build a snowman? Ready? Here we go. She's talking to her sister, who now everything she touches, like I said, it starts freezing. And this is called Segway, Segway, Segway. Everything she touches freezes. This is Do You Want to Build a Snowman?
Hey,
freezes
before
then?
your video starts, we have one question for you.
Okay, we're going to hear
Where
it.
are your pants?
I don't know.
Wearing them, bitch.
Elsa? Do you want to build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play. I never see you anymore. Come out the door, it's like you've gone away. We used to be best buddies, and now we're not. I wish you would tell me why. Do you want to build a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman. Oh, Rihanna. Okay, bye.
want to build a snowman or ride a bike around the halls? I think some company's overdue. I've started talking to the pictures on the walls. Hang in there, Joan. It gets a little lonely, all these empty rooms, just watching the hours tick by.
Now she gets older. Watch. Been taken away, and now she's older, and she's going to sing it as the girl that you just saw in your thingy. I mean, sung in yours.
Elsa? Please, I know you're in there. People are asking where you've been. They say have courage, and I'm trying to. I'm right out here for you. Just let me in. We only have each other. It's just you and me. What are we gonna do? Do you want to build a snowman?
Isn't that beautiful? And then that's all. Isn't that the sweetest thing? It's called Do You Want to Build a Snowman?
Amazing.
I knew it. I knew he was going to be crying and blubbering. He always is. I'm joking.
It's an emotional wreck because of you now.
An emotional wreck. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. So, yeah, she starts off as a little girl, and they said that they actually tweaked her voice to make it sound like that she pitched it and stuff. And then she was just like, do you want to build a snowman? She tried to sound like a little girl, but they paid her $250,000 to sing in this.
Well, that's the same girl that was in the other song, the last song. Wow.
And she's the Little Mermaid in The Little Mermaid, and because Heather knows all about this girl. It's like Heather's, one of her thingies. It's The Little Mermaid and the girl in Aladdin. The one she does, you'll recognize her right here. Listen to this. Here's her voice.
Ariel, are you okay? If only I could make him understand. I just don't see things the way he does. I don't see how a world that makes such wonderful things could be bad. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the girl who has everything?
Look at this place, treasures untold.
How many wonders can one cavern hold? Looking around here you think, sure, she's got everything. I've got gadgets and youth
plenty. I forgot it. It's been so long. And this is her 20 years ago. So she is the #1 highest paid singer on the circuit of whatever you call it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, soundtracks. I mean, what a great voice.
No, what do you call it?
Cinema soundtrack.
No, a stage. Broadway. Thank you. He knows everything.
But those are movies.
Well, but it's this. I hear they're going to take Frozen to the stage.
Yeah.
It's an amazing story.
Well, it makes sense. Yeah, it's going to be money. Yeah. When I hear that, it reminds me of when I took my kids to Disney. I took them 8 times. Whenever I hear that music, it just brings me right to Disneyland. So, kids love the place.
I think one of the funniest things to come out of Disney was this song right here. It was in The Little Mermaid.
My dear, sweet child, that's what I do. It's what I live for, to help.
This is a man. This is a man singing this.
Fortunate merfolk like yourself. Poor souls with no one else.
Ursula the
to
Sea
turn
Witch.
to.
Of course, I was a stay-at-home mom. But
I admit that in the past I've been a nasty. They weren't kidding when they called me,
Me too.
a witch. But you'll find
So see, you know all this
today
too.
I've mended all my ways, repented,
seen the light and made a switch. True, yes. Anyway, funny stuff. So I love those songs.
That would be a good trivia section right there, Deb. You know, stump the Jew with trivia. There you
Jew's
go.
hard to stump.
The Jew
I'm
is
saying.
Stump the Jew.
This is true, little.
As she's talking, she's looking so great.
That's what makes me a looker. A looker.
I still have some sushi left over for today.
So we'll
That
do a challenge.
Did you know that every bite of sushi has 10,000 parasites in it?
Ugh.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
That's a good thing not to think about if you're going to eat it.
Yeah, no wonder my kid only eats rice.
I can eat rice. I cannot. I could never think of eating sushi.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just really weird about food, man. Like what you mentioned when you came and you were talking about sea bass. I believe I don't know what you're talking about, bass, and you were talking about the whole deal, and it sounded like it would be a delicacy, and I'm thinking, ugh, God, gross, everything about it. It's just me. Really picky. Just so freaking picky when it comes to food. So, and I know I'm missing out on like some really good seafood, but I don't like it.
How are you on the 3-second rule?
3-second rule.
Yeah.
I don't touch
on the
anything.
couch.
No, we have dogs, so nothing. If it goes on the floor, I scream, "Don't touch it!" Well, you know. All right, Jew. It's time to play
Stump the Jew.
Name that stage screen musical from this piece of music. Are you ready? This is musical audio round number 1. Thank you, everybody, and welcome to Stump the Jew here on the Debbie Daily Radio Show. The Jew will be given $1,000 for every correct answer. Here we go.
Too easy.
Yes?
It's way too easy. I'm forgetting the name of it, but I know exactly what it is.
Really? That means you don't get the question correct. You're gonna.
You owe us $1,000 now.
I thought of monkfish.
Number.
I know what it is.
Here comes number 2.
Well, that's Ella Fitzgerald. That's not difficult to figure out.
And the answer is?
You mean which Broadway play is it?
The first one was West Side Story, and that one
West Side Story.
Porgy and Bess. Number 3, coming up after this little ditty. Here we go.
Come on, baby, why don't we paint the town? And all that jazz, I'm gonna rouge my knees and roll my stockings down. And all that jazz.
I even know that one.
I think it's a chorus line.
Steve?
It's All That Jazz.
No, Chicago. Next.
Chicago.
I knew not to say All That Jazz.
Too simple. Too predictable.
Here comes number 4. If you don't get this one, you're a mullet, Jew.
When did she get to be a beauty?
They sang this at your graduation.
Oh, yeah, I remember this. That's The Apprentice of Duddy Crabbe. Or it's Fiddler on the Roof.
Fiddler on the Roof, darling.
You got it. You got it.
Did yesterday when they were small.
Sunrise, sunset.
I used to play the song from the piano.
Yes. Fiddler on the Roof. Here comes number 5.
You're on this date with me. The pickings have been lush. And yet before this evening is over, you might give me the...
Jew, I'm disappointed.
What? Keep playing it.
You might forget your manners. You might refuse to stay. And so the best that I can do is pray.
I'm dancing.
Luck be a lady tonight.
And it was
you had me
from
flailing arms everywhere.
Guys and Dolls. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck
Yeah, no,
be
I
a
knew that
lady.
one.
Okay. No, you... Okay, so far he's known every one of them. Here comes number 6. Is anybody getting
I
him
didn't know
in a...
that was Guys and Dolls.
I know. I gave you the
I
point.
particularly like the one with Frank Sinatra did.
I didn't say it was nice, but everybody does it. Do you ever clap when a waitress falls and drops a tray of glasses? Yeah. And ain't it fun to watch figure skaters falling on their asses? Sure. Don't
No
you
clue.
feel
I've never heard this. It's called Avenue Q.
Oh, yeah, Avenue Q is a good play.
All right, and here comes number 7. There's only 10, and the next...
I want to see it.
The next 4 are probably the most popular ones in the world.
all warm
Yeah, I want-
and cozy?
Really?
Watching people out
Yeah,
in
it's
the
called Avenue
rain that's shining for ya.
Yeah, it's all puppets.
Really?
Yeah.
Here we go. Number 7.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye. And it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what...
He's just wanting to hear the songs, Steve. He knows what they're
Mm-hmm,
from. I know him.
He's recording them on those iTunes.
That was from Oklahoma.
Maybe this time, for the first time, love won't hurry away.
This is from Cabaret.
He will hold me.
You know, the thing about this music is you can just feel the emotion when they sing it. You know, it's like you can feel what they're thinking. That's because they're on the stage, you know.
It's very visual. Very visual.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll be home at last.
You know, Liza Minnelli was hot, man.
She was actually attractive
Man,
back
she
in the
was
day, man.
hot. I am not kidding.
Did you ever think so, One Angry Jew? You thought she was attractive
Yeah,
too?
but they should at some point shutter themselves in a cabana and
Agreed.
live somewhere.
Agreed.
And hide. Yeah. They
Man.
should just never show their face
Yeah,
again.
I think that Goldie Hawn should say, "I'm never going in public again." You know, she was.
Oh yeah, I'm all for that. Having
yeah.
seen her naked, I'm certainly all for that.
Oh my God. Okay, the next one is from My Fair Lady.
Not when she was 21. She
Oh.
was naked.
Hot.
Danced all night. We could have danced all night and still have begged for more.
I could have felt my way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was that?
It was me. I thought it was the man. I could have danced. He goes, who was that? Jew goes, who was that?
I'm going to start having school problems.
Here comes Annie. This is from Annie.
How does your throat feel right now?
She's nothing.
There we go. That's from Annie. And I know that you knew every one of those, but he was just letting the songs play because he likes the songs. I know him.
Dancing and
Avenue Q is good.
Hmm.
How many times have you gone to see these? I don't even know what they're called.
Now watch Steve
Not
shine
enough.
as there's
Not nearly enough.
10 questions in this audio rock music quiz. I don't know. Maybe the Jew can beat you, though. This one guy answered West Side Story. That's all I know. That was the only answer he put in the chat room on there. And after a commercial...
Our story begins here
at Burger King.
Where
Everything's a Burger King now.
I didn't like Burger. My story began at Burger King.
Ready? That's not it. Number 1. Not that.
No, that's...
Well, maybe. The fuck is this?
What are we naming here?
I don't know. It says rock, the best rock classics.
Rush.
Free. No,
Rush, that's
don't
free.
say it's free all right now.
I just said that.
What's your game, baby? Here comes number 3. We've heard it, buddy. Give it up. Here's number 3.
Jump by Van Halen. Rush, BTO.
Let's try Name the Disney Song.
Oh, I'm out of here.
Why?
I don't know Disney.
Well, maybe we do.
Oh, have fun.
There's 20. No, there's 10. Is this an intro?
Phil Collins.
I don't know.
But I cannot fool
I have no idea. I have no idea.
that girl I see staring straight back at
That's a pretty voice.
Taylor's oldest time.
Beauty and the Beast.
True as it
It's Angela
can be.
Lansbury.
Yes, it is.
Barely even friends.
That's going to be Heather's wedding song.
Then somebody.
She's Belle. You know how every girl is always somebody? Heather's Belle in Beauty and the Beast. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All the Disney princesses.
We stand shoulder to shoulder. We see.
No idea.
Eye to eye. We dive deep underwater. We jump high in the sky.
It's been a long time since my kids. I have no idea. I'm like totally lost. Do you know those, Jew? I don't.
I think I know the last one.
What was it?
Play it again.
Sam? Let's just say Sam. You know, my uncle had a used sports equipment store in Lubbock called Play It Again, Sam. You know that one?
It's out of Africa.
That's the name of the Disney show?
No, but it's
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Oh, that's Pocahontas.
I've seen that one.
If the savage one.
Well, we're going to do a hat trick and round it out with one more so that we can have something going here. We're going to say, guess the, are you ready? The 80s. Guess the Jew. The 80s TV theme songs, okay?
Yeah, I'll get that.
Okay, let the Jew get one.
Bananarama. Cruel Summer.
But who is the theme song for? I have no idea.
Here we go. Shh, shh, shh.
Here we are, face to face, a couple of silver spoons.
Well, they just said the name of the
Silver
song.
Spoons.
Duh.
We're two of a kind, make it a go, make it grow together.
Okay.
We're gonna find our way.
So 80s. Jesus Christ.
It's alright, 'cause I'm saved by the bell.
They just said it. Saved by the bell.
Yeah.
How stupid.
Beautiful girls in it.
Together for a million years.
Oh, wait.
And I bet we'll be together for a million more.
Is it Full House? Not Full House.
No, it's Growing Pains.
Growing Pains, I meant.
Deplane.
Fantasy Island.
And here comes the next one.
As long as we got each other, we got the world spinning right in our hands.
That's Who's the Boss.
Who's the Boss? No.
Oh, I'm
Is it Golden
wrong.
Girls?
I'm wrong. I'm sorry, that was Golden Girls. The other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed Golden Girls.
No, Golden Girls.
This is Who's the
What?
Boss. This is Who's the Boss right here.
This is Who's the Boss.
This is Dave. This is Dave Grusin.
There's a time for love and a time for living. Take a chance and face the wind. Open road and a road that's hidden.
The next one's a dead giveaway. Everybody should know this one.
Murder, She Wrote. Dead giveaway, sorry. The Cosby Show.
Right. He's dancing real weird.
Jello Pudding.
21 Jump Street. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Life is such a sweet insanity. The more you learn, the less you know. In the heart of
Valerie.
every family.
We're horrible.
Really?
We're horrible. This
Yeah.
is the dead giveaway. The first one that yells it out.
Cheers.
That's
I never
that's an easy
watched
one.
that.
Really? Here comes another one. Get away. The Head of the Class. If y'all don't yell them out at first, I know you don't probably know them. That's Head of the Class.
Full House.
All right, moving along.
What might be right for you may not be right for some.
I know it.
Different strokes. They're fixing to
Yeah.
say it. What you talking about, Willis?
Seinfeld.
Right. God, Seinfeld. Did you know it went down in history as the funniest TV show ever in the history of the world?
I never
Hysterical.
thought it was that funny.
I loved it.
What do you
But
think
yet I
is
like
funny?
Larry David.
Oh, I love
Larry David's Curb Your
Larry
Enthusiasm.
David is the funniest thing in the world. I put that over Seinfeld. When he had that black guy and he goes, "You're my nigga," remember? He goes, "What?" He goes, "You're my
That's right.
Caucasian." You're my Caucasian.
You're my Caucasian.
He was so stupid. Was that really unscripted, Jew?
Well, yeah, it's all. It's barely scripted.
No, I mean, it was just open dialogue.
Yeah,
Remember
they
when,
just make it up as they go along.
remember when he hung that thing on the door, the Jewish thing? Remember?
Yeah, the mezuzah.
The mezuzah. Did you know it?
Yeah,
Didn't know what a mezuzah was.
He was always
They-
fucking
they-
up. Remember when he went to the ball game with the prostitute and yet they became best friends?
Yeah, it's all unscripted. They're brilliant.
Oh, I love it. Remember when he goes to Supercuts?
And Cheryl Hines. Something about Cheryl Hines.
I think she's beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know why he wrote her out of the show.
Remember Susie Green, his best friend?
Susie Essman.
He hated her.
You can watch some of the interviews. They interview her, and she'll tell you that it's all unscripted.
She was so Jewish.
I know you took the doll's head. Where is it? Where's the fucking head?
I don't know.
The kid is home, hysterical, because her doll, Judy, has been decapitated. Because you two sickos took the head for God knows what reason. Some voodoo shit you're doing. Where is it?
God, that's a Jewish wife if I've ever heard a Jewish wife in my life.
That's funny shit.
That is the classic Jewish wife.
I think she's probably the funniest character on that show.
I couldn't agree with you more. Remember Crazy Eyes? Crazy Eyes. And he had to have that jacket. Oh, funny stuff. No, I totally agree. I used to live my life by Curb Your Enthusiasm. Listen. Shh, watch.
What's cracking, player?
How are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
All right. Yeah. I'm chilling. What's up?
Chilling.
What's up, baby?
Just chilling.
Hey, you a writer, right?
Yeah.
I wrote some shit this morning. I wrote some shit. You know, I write my own lyrics and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want to help me out with it?
I've never written rap.
It's all right.
Stuff, but...
I'm going to see what you got.
Okay, go ahead.
See what you got, all right? Check this shit out. It's called I'm Coming to Get You.
I'm coming to get you. Okay.
Right. So you think you're going to cross me and mess with my shit? Opening your fucking trap and flapping your lip? Don't fuck with me, nigga. You're going to get dropped. I'll snap off your neck with a crackle and pop.
I like the Rice Krispies thing, yeah.
You got that shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Crackle and pop, of course.
Yeah. If you say anything, you'll beg me to die, because I'll make you suck my dick, then I'll nut in your eye. I'll stomp on your world as if my name was Godzilla. I'm coming for you, motherfucker. I'm your crazy eyes killer. You know? And I'm going to be like this in the video, like... You know what I mean?
I like it. I got one tiny little comment.
What?
I would lose.
This is so the Jew, boys and girls. If you don't know him, this would be what the Jew would say to this rapper.
The motherfucker at the end. Because you already said fuck once. You don't need two fucks. You already got the one fuck. I would change the motherfucker to bitch. Because the bitch...
bitch?
Yes, because bitch is a word that you would use to somebody who you disrespect, right? Isn't that so?
You my dog. You my nigga.
I am your
You know
nigga.
right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's right, play. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I like that shit. Yeah, I like you. I like you, motherfucker. Don't hit me.
Okay.
Yeah. Check it out. You like eating pussy?
Watch. Listen.
I'm a little... I like it, but I'm a little too lazy to do it. It's a whole to-do, you know. It hurts my neck. Yeah, I'm too lazy.
You're too lazy to eat pussy?
It hurts my neck. You know, I get too lazy.
Oh, man, you got to eat the pussy, the cooch. Oh,
Yeah?
shit, yeah. You know what the best pussy is to eat? Asian pussy.
Crazy Eyes Killer, you're getting married. What you want is, you know, can't do that anymore.
No.
Oh, that's right. He was going to marry Wanda Sykes. I forgot.
She's very funny in her own right.
Oh, my God.
This is hysterical. I fucking missed this whole show.
Oh, what about when he bought that weed? Y'all, we got to hear this before I swear to God, I won't play anything else. This is when he buys the weed from the guy. Remember, he's going to start smoking pot. He got it for his dad who had cancer, right? Watch when he buys
I remember that.
Listen. Okay, he sees the guys on the street. Here he goes. It's hysterical. His jacket on the back says Seinfeld.
Afternoon. I couldn't help but notice the
transaction between you and the other gentleman.
What exactly were you thinking of?
A little weed going, you know? Some weed.
Yeah, I got it, yeah. You know, first of all, you can calm down a little.
Sure.
Just, you know, relax. Just
I'm
create the illusion that we're friends talking here, all right?
What are you kidding me? You know what? You're 100% right.
That's too much, all right. Okay, you're doing fine. All right. Just chill out.
All right.
Well, I can get you an ounce of, like, some real, you know, hydroponic scientific stuff that'll run you $500.
Hydroponic?
Yeah.
I'm not looking for a sound system, my friend. You know what I mean? Just looking to get my father a little relief.
Let's play it safe. I'll give you an ounce of swag.
Swag?
It'll cost you $200.
An ounce of swag, 200.
200.
Is that a fair price you're quoting me there, sir?
Look, you can pay me $200 or go fuck yourself.
Okay, well.
Look, I don't need to sell the drugs. The drugs will sell themselves.
This dealer must weigh 300 pounds. It's hysterical. And that they're not looking at each other. They're both just staring out into space talking. It's so funny. I told you I watched it. Remember he got it for his dad? I know everything about this.
Did he wind up smoking it? Obviously he did, right?
Are you kidding? It's hysterical. You've never seen
No, I love the man who plays the father.
Oh, my God.
Big glasses. That's great stuff.
Yes, the father. He's got these Coke bottle bottom glasses on. He's always grouchy. And Larry just he turns into a 5-year-old every time he's around him. It's hysterical. Man, I miss that.
Now, was that on HBO or Showtime or what was it?
Remember Richard Lewis hated him? I'm sorry, it was on HBO, I think, right? Right? No? Remember when he used the handicapped toilet? It's just funny. He always gets himself in trouble. I don't know. It's funny. Just for those of
I remember seeing parts of it and it being funny, but not enough to like capture me. So
well, the slow toaster was funny when he was staying over at his old man's house and he had a slow toaster, and they got in this big deal about why his toaster was so slow, and it's just funny.
Slow toaster.
Yes, little things that you never know are gonna just everyday bullshit. You know,
just really good writing. Really good writing.
Yeah, he was the producer of Seinfeld, which was very funny. That's why I mentioned that. Larry David actually produced Seinfeld, and he always wore a jacket that said Seinfeld on the back for
Hell yeah, free advertising.
Self-promotion.
Sure.
Remember Crazy Super Dave was on? Super Dave Osborne was on
there?
Oh, I love him. That's
Do you really? He's
Einstein. Do you know who his brother is?
Funkhauser.
Who's his brother?
No.
Yes, his name was
In
Funkhauser.
real life. Do you know who his brother is?
No.
It's, who's the guy, the comedian in Defending Your Life?
Oh, Victor loves him.
That's his brother.
Really? I would have never...
Yeah, he changed his name from Einstein. They're both brothers.
You know who Victor says reminds him of you every time we watch him is Louis Black. You know, he gets real mad. He's real grouchy all the time. He's like... You know, he's real grouchy.
I'm never grouchy, but...
Well, just real blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? It's just so funny.
Louis Black is brilliant.
He did
Fucking brilliant.
Watch this. I'll play just a little... This is a little short little bit from... It's called Queers. And he's real grouchy all the time. Here he is. Louis Black. The Jew. Looks just like you.
We've got an educational system that's in the shitter. We got a war going on. There's one thing after another. And what did our president think was important? Queers. That's what's important. And somehow, if we could stop the gays from getting married, everything else would turn out just fine. Everything would change. There'd be solar energy.
It's bad audio. He also does... God, it's so funny. I love him to death. If you want to know what the Jew looks like, just Google Louis Black. That's who I'm talking to right now. Everything. Acts like him, looks like him, talks like him, everything. Funny stuff.
He had a very good interview on comedians in cars drinking coffee.
I love comedians in cars.
Damn, you guys watch a lot of fucking TV.
No, the Jew and
Not really. I never turn the TV on.
I don't either. It's just that the Jew and
Where do you see these things?
We've always had this weird connection with things.
Comedians in cars is on the internet.
It's actually only on the internet.
Oh, okay. Just YouTube it.
You'll get hooked on it.
Yeah, you can watch it on YouTube. He's got some very good interviews. I've also started watching Howard Stern interviews, which are quite good. Stern did a very good interview of Jerry Seinfeld, which was very enlightening.
He's come into himself. I think Howard Stern has really come into his who he is. He's matured.
He is a meditator. So is Seinfeld. I didn't know that Seinfeld was a TMer.
Howard Stern has an amazingly beautiful wife.
Of course.
Oh, gorgeous woman.
Yeah.
Very, very beautiful woman.
Well,
and
you know that's all money, but man, she's hot.
Betho? Her name's Betho? Victor loves
Beth,
Betho.
yeah.
They call her
What do you
Betho.
mean that's all money? She's got a very small penis.
You think that he would get that girl if he were fucking working at a Walmart?
Oh, I'm very attracted to Howard Stern. I think he's very handsome. I think he's got a...
You said that about Geddy Lee, too, so...
I don't look at looks. I look at the person. I don't look at looks.
Yeah, women are always taken in by comedy, humor.
Oh, yeah.
Women love to
love
laugh, yeah.
When I was 16 years old, I didn't date the football player. I dated the, what do they call the guy on the team that fixes everybody when they get hurt? The trainer. I dated the trainer. He was a dork.
You know.
A dork, but I thought he was the neatest thing. I loved him for his brain. He was so cool.
Now, Bob Einstein did an interview with Jerry Seinfeld on Comedians in Cars. So did, that was a good one. Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks, that was a classic.
I saw it. I saw that one. That was brilliant.
Don Rickles was also very good.
And you're familiar, of course, with Between the Two Ferns, right?
I know what it is. I've never seen it.
Oh, it's dangerously hysterical. With Zach Galifianakis. And he's just sitting between two ferns.
I only saw one movie the guy was in. That was, I think, the third.
He actually had Obama, the actual president of the United States. Obama went between the two firms. And all it is he's sitting between two firms asking these very insulting... Yeah, it's Zach Galifianakis. And it's
absolutely brilliant. I mean,
here is Obama.
It's nothing short of brilliant.
Watch Obama be interviewed, and they're very short. He's very insulting. It's Between Two Ferns. Listen to the music.
I had to cancel a few times. My mouse pad broke last week, and I had to get my great aunt some diabetes shoes. And
you know what, Zach? It's no problem. I mean, I have to say, when I heard that, like, people actually watch this show, I was actually pretty surprised.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Between Two Ferns. I'm your host, Zach Galifianakis, and my guest today is President Barack Obama.
Good to be with
you. It says community organizer.
In 2013, you pardoned the turkey. What do you have planned for 2014?
We'll probably pardon another turkey. We do that every Thanksgiving. Was that depressing to you, seeing one turkey kind of taken out of circulation, a turkey you couldn't eat?
He's glaring at the president.
So how does this work? Do you send Ambassador Rodman to North Korea on your behalf? I read somewhere that you'd be sending Hulk Hogan to Syria, or is that more of a job for Tanya Harding?
He's not our ambassador.
What should we do about North IKEA?
What?
Why don't we move on?
I have to know, what is it like to be the last black president?
Seriously? What's it like for this to be the last time you ever talk to a president?
It kind of stink, though, that you can't run, 3 times.
No, actually, I think it's a good idea. If I ran a third time, it'd be sort of like doing a third Hangover movie. Didn't really work out very well, did it? Now, I have to say that I've seen this show before, and some of the episodes have probably been a little bit better than this. For example, the one with Bradley Cooper, that was a great show.
Now, Bradley Cooper was his co-star in the Hangover movies. He was the good-looking guy. Watch what he says to him.
He kind of carried that movie, didn't he?
Which film are you speaking of?
Those Hangover movies. Basically, he carried them.
Yeah, everybody loves Bradley. Good for him.
Good-looking guy.
Being like that in Hollywood, that's easy. Tall, handsome, that's easy. Be short, fat, and smell like Doritos and try to make it in Hollywood. Is it going to be hard in 2 years when you're no longer president and people will stop letting you win at basketball?
How does it feel having a 3-inch vertical?
It's a 3-inch horizontal. So, where are you planning on building a presidential library, in Hawaii or your home country of Kenya? Because
your home country of Kenya. And Jew, he also says, who are you going to root for in the 2014 Olympics? What country? Your home country. He said your home of Hawaii. No, he said Hawaii. Or he's horrible to him. And President Obama just gives it right back. And he goes, what's it like to be married to a woman that is 2 feet taller than you? Or something
but
like that.
It's all scripted.
Oh, well, of course. But it's just, he's horrible. The worst one is Justin Bieber. When he interviews Justin Bieber, it is horrible. He actually takes off his belt and spanks him.
Yeah, he whips him.
He actually whips him. And it's hysterical. So I highly recommend everybody out there listening, go to YouTube and punch in Between Two Ferns.
Me and Debbie one time off the air just were watching these things, and there wasn't a bad one in the bunch. Not one bad one. Everyone was funny. It's done right.
There's actually a playlist of 50 plus of them with Between the Two Ferns, and it goes from Will Ferrell to, and he's just horrible. He's horrible to him. He tells my favorite beautiful Theron, what's her name, Theron, that he hopes her dog dies. They get so mad at each other. He goes, I hope your dog dies. She goes, you're fat and ugly. It's so funny. It's just, it starts out, he tries every time to start off nice, and he's just a prick. And that's the tag, right? That's the bit. So anyway.
Yeah, it works.
And with that, I believe we'll tell everybody good night, because I'm hungry and we have leftovers in there.
Yeah, I have leftover sushi from dinner.
You're going to die eating that stuff.
Oh, we have $100 worth
Nice,
of sushi tonight. Be good.
Remember The Exorcist? You're going to die up there.
Debbie always has a beautiful parting word.
Well, Jude,
good night. You're going to die.
Don't ruin the baby. Okay, take care of that. And thank you for calling in. You know how much I love you, even though you would never admit it. And I have to close with my favorite song to all my haters. I have a new song. Have you heard about it, Steve?
Dude, I heard that and I love it. That should absolutely end every one of your shows.
I guess the Jew hasn't heard it. This is my new theme song that I close every night with to all of my haters out there in Haterville, just hating up a little storm. Debbie's a dumpster, Debbie's this, Debbie's that, no. Don't like her or we're going to make your life miserable. We'll see you guys next time on the Daily Rush. I'm Debbie Daly and
Steve Rush.
With our beautiful, gorgeous, and very toned and tan, I might add, guest, the Jew. Here is my theme song to the haters.
I don't care what you say. I don't play the same games you play. 'Cause I'm in